The fifth session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chair would like to call on Senator Francis Tol Tolentino to lead the chamber in prayer. You are recognized, sir.
O Sovereign Lord, we come before you today with hearts filled with gratitude for the manifold blessings you bestow upon us, the gift of life, the vigor of health, and the privilege of serving our nation. We are ever mindful of your providence, which sustains us through all trials and triumphs. We humbly confess our imperfections and seek your boundless mercy. Acknowledging you as the fountainhead of all wisdom and enlightenment, we beseech your guidance as we convene in this Senate session. Grant us the grace to conduct our duties with utmost integrity, honor, and humility, always bearing in mind the welfare of our fellow Filipinos. Imbue our minds with discernment and clarity, enabling us to distinguish the righteous path from the errant. Inspire us to engage in civil discourse, respecting the diversity of thought and perspective among us. May the Philippine Senate be the bastion of unity and strength, an instrument through which your divine will is manifested for the betterment of our nation. As we deliberate and make decisions, we implore your abiding presence. Guide our actions and words that they may reflect your truth and justice. Bless our beloved country, its leaders, and its people with peace, unity, and prosperity. All this we earnestly ask in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Secretary is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, Chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before I move for the approval of the journal, allow us first to welcome some of the guests of our colleagues as well. The guests of this representation, Mayor Carl Vega of Mapandan, Pangasinan, Vice Mayor Tamboan of Mapandan, Pangasinan, Board Member Ventilla of the 3rd District of Pangasinan, Mayor Remelina Galam of Aritao, Nueva Vizcaya, Vice Mayor Jason Ferrer of Aritao, Nueva Vizcaya, and Mayor Ben Canama of Tangub, Misamis Occidental, as well as Board Member Nelson Calara of Pampanga. Guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, local government officials of Basista, Pangasinan, led by Mayor Risuelo and Vice Mayor Dante Bustarde. Likewise, guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Mayor Marilyn Agbayani, and the Council of San Fabian, Pangasinan. Guests of Senator Loren Legarda, Congressman Roy Loyola of Cavite, and Acting Mayor Ted Carranza of Silang, Cavite. Guests of Senator Alan Cayetano, officials of the local government unit of Udjongan, Romblon, led by Vice Mayor Diven Dimaala, together with their councilors. Guests of Senator J.V. Ejercito, the diplomatic officer and senior economic attaché from the Embassy of Switzerland, Lisa Ida Brocker. Guests of Senator Lito Lapid, Mayor Pong Mercado of Taal, Batangas, Mayor Jess Doreza Jr. of Agonoy, Davao del Sur, and of Davao del Sur. Mr. President.
Chair welcomes our guests from the Embassy of Switzerland. I'm in the provinces of Pangasinan, Romblon, Batangas, Davao del Sur, Nueva Vizcaya, Misamis Occidental, and the province of Pampanga. Welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Mr. President, there are additional guests of Senator Rizon Tiveros, several local government officials led by Mr. Jacinto Rivera, Jack Rivera, et al., Mr. President.
Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the third session, Monday, July 29, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the fourth session, Tuesday, July 30, 2024, at a later hour, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2733, an act amending Section 5.3 of RA number 9225, otherwise known as the Citizenship Retention and Reacquisition Act of 2003 by Senators Gatchalian and Villanueva.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2734, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage due to Climate Change in the Philippines by Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means.
2735, an act protecting the rights of all workers, workers' organizations, and unions from interference by their employers, public authorities, or their agents, and providing penalties for violations thereof by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
2736, an act amending RA number 10149, otherwise known as the GOCC Governance Act of 2011 by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2737, an act providing for scholarship to children and dependents of farmers and fisher folks, providing funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Social Justice, Welfare, Rural Development, and Finance.
2738, an act providing for compressed working hours arrangement in the private sector and for other purposes, thereby amending Article 83, 85, and 87 of Presidential Decree 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
2739, an act creating a Philippine Transportation Safety Board, prescribing its powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance.
2740, an act providing for hospital and healthcare benefits for public and private school teachers and their dependents and appropriating funds thereof by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2741, an act providing for the registration, regulation, and operation of cooperative banks by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, Cooperatives, and Ways and Means.
2742, an act strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, repealing for the purpose PD 1467 as amended, entitled Creating the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, prescribing its powers and activities, providing for its capitalization and for the fund required government premium subsidy and for other purposes by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2743, an act providing for 15,000 pesos across the board increase in the basic monthly salary of teachers and employees in the public basic education and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Hontiveros. Civil Service.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, Basic Education, and Finance.
2744, an act providing for the restructuring and condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on loans secured by farmers, fisher folks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from the Department of Agrarian Reform, the Department of Agriculture, the People's Credit and Finance Corporation, the Cooperative Development Authority, the National Food Authority, and the Kidan and Rural Credit Guarantee Corporation by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform.
2745, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Young Farmers by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Youth, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2746, an act providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines by Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Finance and Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes.
2747, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Loss and Damage Fund Board in the Philippines by Senator Tolentino.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means.
2748, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Loss and Damage Fund Board in the Philippines by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means.
2749, an act prescribing the order of presidential succession by Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes.
2750, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Loss and Damage Fund Board in the Philippines by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means.
2751, an act granting juridical personality and legal capacity to the Loss and Damage Fund Board in the Philippines by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Ways and Means.
2752, an act banning Philippine offshore gaming operations and other operations related thereto and for other purposes by Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Games and Amusement, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Ways and Means.
2753, an act fixing the share of the local government unit hosting gaming operations licensed or operated by the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporations in the proceeds of the franchise tax, further amending Section 12 of PD number 1869 as amended by Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Games and Amusement and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2754, an act conferring the cadets of the Philippine National Police Academy the status of a government employee and granting them with civil service eligibility and benefits and privileges and for other purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Public Order, and Dangerous Drugs, and Finance.
2755, an act providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Executive Order number 81 as amended by Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, and Government Corporations, and Public Enterprises.
An act providing for 2756, an act providing for the creation of a Department of Public Works and Highways Regional Office, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and the 5 new district engineering offices, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Villar.
To the Committee on Rules.
2757, an act extending the corporate term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, amending for the purpose Section 50 of RA 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 by Senator Villar Mark.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises and Energy.
Resolutions. PSR number 1071, resolution expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences to the family of acclaimed playwright and director Florentino Floyd Quintos by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
1072, resolution congratulating and commending the Alas Pilipinas women's volleyball team for winning the historic bronze medal at the 2024 Asian Volleyball Confederation Challenge Cup by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
1073, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Triathlon team for the successful campaign in the 2024 Asia Triathlon Junior Cup in Kampar, Malaysia by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
1075, resolution commending and congratulating Strong Group Filipinas basketball team for winning the championship title in the 43rd William Jones Cup men's event held from 13 to 21 July 2024 in Taiwan by Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Rules.
1076, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of the implementation of RA 11648 or an act promoting for stronger protection against rape and sexual exploitation and abuse, increasing the age for determining the commission of statutory rape by Senator Binay.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
1077, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committees to look into in aid of legislation the effective implementation of Batas Pambansa 344, otherwise known as an act to enhance the mobility of disabled persons by requiring certain buildings, institutions, establishments, and public utilities to install facilities and other devices with the end in view of possible amendments to further protect, uphold, and promote the welfare of persons with disabilities by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
1078, resolution directing the Senate Committees on Finance and on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the irregularities of fund transfers, returns of government-owned and controlled corporations, including PhilHealth, to the national government by Senator Hontiveros.
To the Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations and Finance.
Additional reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 21 May 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill 7372, an act declaring as alienable and disposable a parcel of land of the public domain located in the city of Baguio, open for disposition to actual and qualified applicants, thereby excluding the said land from the coverage of Proclamation Number 290 dated July 18, 1988, which established the Teachers' Camp Reservation.
To the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
7374, an act declaring as alienable and disposable certain parcels of land of the public domain located in the city of Baguio, open for disposition to actual and qualified applicants, thereby excluding the said lands from the coverage of Proclamation Number 93 dated November 5, 1992, which established the Buyog Watershed Forest Reserve.
To the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
10243, an act granting the Aklan Electric Cooperative a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the 17 municipalities of the province of Aklan, the municipalities of Pandan and Libertad of the province of Antique, in Barangay Damayan, municipality of Sapian, province of Capiz.
To the Committee on Public Services.
10261, an act providing for the condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, surcharges, and unremitted universal charges on the overdue obligations of the Lanao del Sur Electric Cooperative Incorporated and the Maguindanao Electric Cooperative to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation.
The Committee on Energy.
10306, an act establishing in the municipality of Santo Tomas, province of Davao del Norte, a municipal hospital to be known as the Santo Tomas Municipal Hospital and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Health and Demography and Finance.
10308, an act renaming the Gubat Bypass Road traversing barangays Beriran, Cota, Nadaco, Manooc, Santa Ana, Luna, Candol, Panganiban, and Ariman in the municipality of Gubat, province of Sorsogon to Maria Bernardita B. Ramos Highway.
To the Committee on Public Works.
An act converting the Dr. Eva Macaraeg Macapagal National Center for Geriatric Health under the Jose R. Reyes Memorial Medical Center as the Dr. Eva Macaraeg Macapagal National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, defining its powers and functions and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
10423, an act granting universal social pension to senior citizens, amending for the purpose RA number 7432 as amended, entitled An Act to Maximize the Contribution of Senior Citizens to Nation Building, Grant Benefits, and Special Privileges and for other purposes.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
10188, an act protecting senior citizens from various forms of fraud through information dissemination and providing mechanisms therefore.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Public Information, and Mass Media.
10263, an act mandating government agencies and local government units to allocate at least 25% of their budget for furniture and fixtures for products made of engineered bamboo and other bamboo-based commodities.
To the Committees on Finance and Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Future Thinking.
10284, an act regulating the organization and operation of community fund pooling or paluwagan groups and providing penalties for violations thereof.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, and Ways and Means.
10312, an act enhancing the discount on the purchase of goods and services of senior citizens and persons with disabilities.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Ways and Means.
10313, an act promoting the welfare of senior citizens and persons with disabilities through the inclusion of services for senior citizens and persons with disabilities in the eGov.ph Super App.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Science and Technology, and Ways and Means.
10314, an act rationalizing the benefits and privileges of senior citizens and persons with disabilities.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Science and Technology, and Ways and Means.
10381, an act further amending RA number 8178 as amended, otherwise known as the Agricultural Tarification Act.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 10 June 2024, it passed House Bill number 9349, an act reinstituting the absolute divorce as an alternative mode for the dissolution of marriage, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Finance.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on May 20, 2024, it designated Representatives Romulo, Go, Kimbor, Rama, and Libanan as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill 8210, an act establishing an academic recovery and accessible learning program and appropriating funds therefore, and Senate Bill number 1604, an act establishing an academic recovery and accessible learning program, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on May 21, 2024, it designated Representatives Maceda, Gonzales Jr., Veloso Tuazon, Zamora, Domingo, Robes, and Brosas as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and Senate Bill number 2593, an act revising RA number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on May 21, 2024, it designated Representatives Salceda, Cua, Junicio Jr., Vergara, Kimbo, Reyes, Robes, Cruz Jr., and Dagook as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 4122, an act imposing value-added tax on digital transactions in the Philippines, amending for the purpose sections 105, 108, 109, 110, 113, 114, 115, 236, and 288, and adding a new section of 105A of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and Senate Bill number 2528, and amending sections 105, 108, 109, 1010, 113, 114, 115, and 236, and adding new sections of 108 and 108B of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on May 22, 2024, it adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 26, concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the second regular sessions of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, May 2022, 2024.
To the Archives.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on May 22, 2024, it adopted Senate Bill number 2560 as amended to House Bill number 7393, an act regulating the use of financial accounts.
To the Archives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2450 under Committee Report number 138. This pertains to the Blue Economy Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, same is hereby approved.
The parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, there being no committee amendments as of this moment, I move that we recognize Senator Loren Legarda for a manifestation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, in accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, and with the consent of the body, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2450 under Committee Report number 138. This amendment by substitution hopes to address the collective queries and legal issues pertaining to the proposed measure. With that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move that we amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause, replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service and distributed via email to the offices of all senators earlier today, July 31, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. So moved, Mr. President.
There is a motion to so substitute. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The same is hereby approved. The motion of the distinguished lady is granted and approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2450. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I seek a 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2587 under Committee Report number 213. This is the bill on the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, there being no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Joel Villanueva, to propose amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Villanueva is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, if there's, if I may just read all the individual amendments and perhaps, how do we go over this, Mr. President? Every time there's a member who would like to introduce an amendment, they can introduce so, or I will finish everything here with me, Mr. President.
May the chair suggest that you continue and make an omnibus motion,
Okay.
and thereafter, if there are individual amendments by other members, then we will cross the bridge when we get there. But I believe
Thank you.
this has been ironed out already
Yes, Mr. President.
with the other members of the Senate
Yes.
who have expressed interest in amending the bill.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for that. Mr. President, let me start on page 1, line 6. After the word workforce, insert the phrase in partnership. On the same page and line, after the word with, delete the phrase active participation of. Thus, the first paragraph of Section 2 would now read as follows. Section 2, Declaration of Policy, Article 13, Section 3 of the 1987 Constitution provides that the state shall promote full employment and equality of employment opportunities for all. Toward this end, it is hereby declared the policy of the state to enhance the skills of the workforce in partnership with the private sector and to meet the evolving skills and competencies requirement of the rapidly changing world of work. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 1, line 10, delete the phrase EBET framework in the country as an effective modality to and replace with different EBET training modalities under one framework to effectively. On page, I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 1, lines 11 and 12, after the phrase ensure, delete the phrase an ever-growing supply of and insert the article A. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 1, delete the phrase in accordance with and replace with adaptable to. Thus, the second paragraph of section 2 will now read as follows. For this purpose, the state shall strengthen, rationalize, and harmonize the different EBET training modalities under one framework to effectively address job skill mismatch, unemployment, underemployment, and other labor challenges, and to ensure a globally competitive, educated, and highly skilled human resource adaptable to the demands and standards of the labor market. In addition, the state shall also develop and strengthen the entrepreneurial know-how of individuals, recognizing that entrepreneurship is a key driver of job generation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 2, line 4, after the phrase shall, delete the phrase be available to and replace with ensure ease of implementation of training initiatives by enterprises and access to training by. Thus, the third paragraph of section 2 would now read as follows. In order to achieve this, the EBET framework shall ensure ease of implementation of training initiatives by enterprises and access to training by individuals who intend to develop and upgrade their skills in a technologically changing world in preparation for potential employment, and to currently employed workers who intend to upskill for career progression. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 2, between lines 28 and 29, insert a new subsection A on the definition of apprenticeship. A, apprenticeship refers to an EBET program that covers higher levels of competencies covered by national certificates NC3 and above. Apprenticeship shall be for trainees at least 18 years old and above. Renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 3, line 9, after the word delivered, delete the word in and replace it with by. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 13, insert a new subsection on the definition of general EBET training as follows. Letter F. General EBET training refers to an EBET program that covers low to mid-level skills, including those classified under NC1 and NC2. This also refers to competency standards which have no corresponding NC levels. Programs classified under this category shall not exceed 6 months. Renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
I also want to put that on record, Mr. President. That was the outcome of the interpellations made by Senator Risa the last time we debated on this particular matter. Mr. President, on page 3, line 22, insert a new subsection on the definition of upskilling as follows. Upskilling refers to an EBET program for employees of an enterprise to upgrade their skills regardless of NC level. Renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 3, line 25, after the word CHED, insert the phrase and the. And this, on the same page, lines 25 to 26, delete the phrase and the Department of Labor and Employment. And on the same page, Mr. President, line 27, after the word internship, insert the phrase or immersion. Thus, the paragraph would now read as follows. Letter A, training programs administered by the Commission on Higher Education, CHED, and the Department of Education, DepEd, provided that a student enrolled in an educational institution who is required to undertake an internship or immersion as part of an academic requirement may participate in registered EBET programs to fulfill such requirement. Provided further that the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, and CHED or DepEd shall issue the necessary rules and regulations for this purpose. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 4, between lines 7 and 8, insert a new subsection C as follows. Training programs implemented by government agencies, including those under the Department of Labor and Employment, DOLE. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 4, line 13, before the phrase be at least 15, insert the phrase except as provided under this act, comma. Thus, the provision will now read as follows. Except as provided under this act, comma, be at least 15 years old, subject to the provisions of Presidential Decree number 442 or the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended, and the prohibition on the employment of minors and against worst forms of child labor under Republic Act number 7610 or the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act as amended by Republic Act number 9231. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 4, lines 20 and 21, insert a new subsection C as follows. Letter C, submit a fit-to-work certificate issued by a Department of Health, DOH recognized health clinic or licensed physician if applying for an apprenticeship program. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 4, line 25, insert a new section 7 as follows. Section 7, promotion of equal protection and safe spaces in EBET programs. An EBET program shall provide a safe and secure training environment and equal opportunities for trainees regardless of their educational level, age, sex, language, ethnicity, religion, disability, and social status. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thereafter, insert a new Section 8 as follows. On the same page, Section 8, determination of EBET priority occupations. TESDA shall issue a list of EBET priority occupations at the national and regional level, which shall be consistent with the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan mandated under Republic Act number 11962 or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, and taking into consideration the applicable levels under Republic Act number 10968 or the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act or PQF Act. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 5, between lines 4 and 5, insert a new paragraph as follows. All enterprises with approved EBET programs shall be issued a Certificate of EBET Program Registration or CTPR, which shall be made available to the public. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is approved.
Thank you. Thereafter, on page 5, line 5, insert a new section 10 as follows. Section 10, aptitude testing of applicant trainees. The enterprise may conduct its own aptitude test in the selection of trainees, consistent with the minimum qualifications of a trainee under Section 6 of this Act. In the absence thereof, the enterprise may use the results of the National Career Assessment Examination, or NCAE, or any government career assessment program or its equivalent. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 9, line 8, after the word shall, insert a comma and the phrase in consultation with industry stakeholders. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 5, lines 14 and 15, delete subsections A and B. In lieu thereof, insert a new subsection. Letter A, training plan, and renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
On page 5, line 18, delete the phrase in accordance with applicable law. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 5, line 20, after the word payments, insert the phrase which shall be at least twice a month and other benefits. Thereafter, delete the phrase if applicable. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
On page 6, line 1, insert upskilling after the phrase implementing the. Thus, the paragraph of section would now, that's it, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
Ayoko na magbasa. Mr. President, on page 6, line 7, incorporating the proposed amendment of our dear colleague, the distinguished lady from Macbayan, our Senate Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Ontiveros. Page 6, line 7. What section to? Anong section?
Sir, bago po. Bagong section.
So section, training allowance and training hours. General EBET program. A trainee shall receive training allowance from the enterprise, which shall be sufficient to cover transportation costs, meals, and any other expenses that may be agreed upon between the enterprise and the trainee. Training hours shall be determined by the enterprise, which shall in no case exceed 8 hours per day, provided that the training hours of minors shall not exceed 40 hours per week, and in no case shall they be allowed to render overtime. Letter B, apprenticeship. A trainee under an apprenticeship program shall receive a training allowance which shall not be lower than 75% of the applicable minimum wage rates, provided that in programs exceeding 1 year, a trainee shall be entitled to a yearly increase subject to evaluation of performance as a trainee and commensurate with labor market wage rates in the sector. Training hours for an apprentice shall be 8 hours per day, subject to an additional 25% of the hourly rate for every hour in excess of 8 hours for programs that require additional training hours. In no case shall overtime period be more than 2 hours per day. And last but not the least, letter C, upskilling program. A trainee under an upskilling program shall be entitled to full wages and benefits enjoyed by a regular employee of the enterprise, including entitlements to overtime pay, night shift differential, and other benefits as provided by law. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the long amendment? Chair hears none. The long amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 6, between lines 6 and 7, insert a new subsection which shall read as follows. Section, training certificate. A training certificate shall be issued by the enterprise and or its partner technical vocational institution to the trainee upon completion of the EBET program. It shall contain the number of hours of training and the list of competencies acquired. If the enterprise hires the trainee before the completion of the program, a training certificate shall likewise be issued to the trainee. Thereafter, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
I don't think so.
Sasabihin ko pa ulit. Ayan na yun eh. What page? So after that, Mr. President, a new section will be introduced, competency assessment and certification. A trainee shall undergo assessment and certification for qualifications with corresponding competency standards. Successful candidates who demonstrate competence for the full or partial qualification shall be awarded an NC or National Certificate or a Certificate of Competency or COC, as the case may be. If an EBET program has no established certification system, such arrangements shall be designed and implemented in accordance with the assessment and certification arrangements approved in the training plan. Thereafter, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on page 6, line 20, on the title of the section, before the word implementation, delete the word mandatory, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase other instances of, such that the title of the section will now read as follows. other instances of implementation of the EBET. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 7, line 10, after the word B, delete the words subject to the following qualifications and the colon and insert the following phrase. Certified by TESDA to be actually, directly, and exclusively used in connection with the conduct of the registered EBET program. Period. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 7, delete lines 11 to 16. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The same is approved.
On page 8, line 1, insert a new section which shall read as follows. Section, EBET one-stop shop or online portal for incentives. TESDA, in coordination with DOF and BIR, shall establish a one-stop shop and or an online portal to facilitate the effective, efficient, and more accessible availment of the incentives provided under this Act. Thereafter, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, between lines 13 and 14, insert a new paragraph. Enterprises shall be prohibited from training the same trainee twice consecutively. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
On page 8, delete lines 28 to 31, starting with the word in up to the word plan, and in lieu thereof, insert the following. Except for enterprises implementing an upskilling program for their employees, no enterprise shall be allowed to have EBET trainees more than 20% of the total number of its regular employees. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
On page 9, line 1, insert a new section which shall read as follows. Section, Implementing Agency. TESDA shall be the primary agency responsible for the implementation of this Act. It shall set the policies and guidelines for the implementation of the EBET framework and shall be responsible for quality assurance and evaluation of registered EBET programs. It shall have the following duties and responsibilities. Letter A, determine and issue the list of EBET priority occupations and approve new EBET occupations as endorsed by industry boards or industry associations and other concerned stakeholders. Letter B, approve and certify EBET programs applied for registration by enterprises. Letter C, issue policies and guidelines on the implementation of the EBET programs. Letter D, monitor the conduct of EBET programs by enterprises and their compliance with the training plan, EBET agreement, general labor standards, and occupational safety and health standards in coordination with DOLE. Letter E, validate and certify trainees who successfully pass the assessment process. Letter F, conduct audits on EBET programs and implementers. Letter G, cancel CTPRs of enterprises that fail to comply with this Act. And letter H, perform other functions as may be necessary for the effective implementation of this Act. Thereafter, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on Section 8 now, on page 9, line 1, replace the title of Section 18 with TESDA and industry participation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
On the same page, delete lines 1 to 4 except for the title. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
Still on page 9, line 7, after the word to, insert the following, continuously improve EBET policies and guidelines, and 2. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Still on page 9, delete lines 12 and 13. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
Mr. President, the section shall now read as follows. Section 18, TESDA and industry participation. The TESDA and industry boards shall undertake the identification and prioritization of qualifications and the development and or updating of competency standards, assessment tools, and curricula to continuously improve EBET policies and guidelines and to ensure broader participation of all stakeholders in the implementation of EBET programs. Pending the establishment of an industry board in a specific sector, TESDA shall undertake the development and or updating of competency standards, assessment tools, and curricula. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 9, between lines 13 and 14, insert a new section which shall read as follows. Section, Termination of EBET Agreement. The EBET agreement shall be binding during its term. However, the trainee or the enterprise may terminate the agreement for cause or by mutual consent of the parties upon prior notice. Thereafter, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
New section, Mr. President, on the same page, we insert a new section which shall read as follows. Section, Prohibited Acts and Penalties. The following acts are hereby prohibited. A. Commission on fraud or deceit in the application, registration, and implementation of the EBET program. Letter B. Discontinuation of a registered EBET program without notice to TESDA. Letter C. Non-payment of training allowance or payment of training allowance below the prescribed amount. Letter D. Assignment of trainees to hazardous places not covered by the training plan. And letter E. Non-compliance with any of the provisions of this act or its implementing rules and regulations. An enterprise who commits any of the above enumerated acts shall be administratively liable to TESDA and shall be imposed a fine in the amount of 10,000 pesos to 100,000 pesos. And additionally, TESDA may also order the suspension or revocation of the CTPR granted to an enterprise. The penalties under this section are without prejudice to other liabilities arising from the existing civil, administrative, and criminal laws for the same act or violation. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is approved.
Mr. President, after the new section on prohibited acts and penalties, insert a new section which shall read as follows. Section, Transitory Provision. All existing EBET programs shall be valid until after the TESDA has conducted an assessment and revalidation of these programs in accordance with this act. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
Bear with me, Mr. President. I'm almost done. On page 9, line 19, delete the word for, and in lieu thereof, insert the word to in words and numbers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 20, delete the words 4 years, and in lieu thereof, insert the word year. The phrase will now read as follows. 2 years after the effectivity of this act and every year thereafter, the TESDA shall conduct a review of the implementation and accomplishments of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment is approved.
On page 9, delete the entire section 21. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the same is approved.
On page 10, delete lines 1 to 4 of the section on the repealing clause, and in lieu thereof, insert the following. Section 23, repealing clause. Republic Act number 7686 or the Dual Training System Act of 1994 is hereby repealed. Book 2, Title 2, Chapters 1 and 2 of Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, or the Labor Code of the Philippines are hereby repealed. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, same is hereby approved.
We'd like to put on record, Mr. President, that the amendments given to us by our colleagues, especially the synchronization of the apprenticeship bill sponsored and defended by our Senate President Pro Tem Jinggoy Estrada, is also part of the amendments. And also, Mr. President, the bulk of the amendments also came from our Education Commission, who is headed by Carl, who is here right now with us in the session hall.
With the permission of the distinguished sponsor, Chair received a message from Senator Cayetano interposing no objection as to the closure of the period of individual amendments, subject to a presentation of a clean copy that she can review. Thereafter, only thereafter will we approve it on second reading. That is her request with the permission and magnanimity of the
Yes.
Honorable Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. President, I can see a lot of hands
Yes.
raising. Perhaps
Mr.
they would-
President.
The minority leader is recognized.
Please,
You may proceed, sir.
please do not misinterpret our silence the entire time when you ask for if there is any objection, because, Mr. President, it was really impossible to follow all of the amendments, the effects of the amendments, because as now admitted by the sponsor, it has transformed from a framework law. Framework law lang supposed to be to very simple, enterprise-based training. Ngayon, I think the sponsor said that the amendments are merging some concepts and ideas from another bill.
Still is, Mr. President, still is a framework.
Yes,
Mr.
I know,
President.
but we're merging. Kaya nga, I joined the call of Senator, was it Senator Pia?
Pia.
Senator Pia Cayetano for a clean copy. But we do not agree that we close the period of amendments. We keep it open, Mr. President. That's the purpose of asking for a clean copy. Kaya nga may chance pa kaming mag-amend, Mr. President. So, just a clean copy,
course.
Mr. President.
I have no problem with that, Mr. President, as the sponsor
With
of the
the
measure.
permission of the minority leader, in any event, the closure was without prejudice to any member
Yes.
seeking a reconsideration of the
Yes,
same.
so-
But we don't need to close it at this time.
Yes, so wala nang burden of
course.
of moving for reconsideration, Mr. President.
Of course.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Pimentel, our minority leader. Senator Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, Mr. President, I want to join the good minority leader in the request for a clean copy. Have a few amendments that I would like to propose. However, I don't have the section number because a lot of things have moved. So I join the minority leader to that. And it will also give me an opportunity to share my amendments with the good sponsor.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. We will do that. And I believe Senator Risa would like to make a manifestation in regard to the same subject, perhaps.
Salamat, Abi, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to deliver this short manifestation. I'd like to thank the good sponsor, salamat po, for accepting our amendments, particularly on our concerns on the financial constraints that trainees undergo in participating in enterprise-based education and training programs, and the potential abuses by companies to use trainees to replace regular employees in order to cut costs for their benefit. This bill will now ensure that trainees under the general EBET program will be able to receive allowances from the enterprise to cover their transportation costs, meals, and other expenses agreed upon between the trainee and enterprise. This will provide significant financial support for trainees who pursue the general EBET program. I am also pleased that there will be a 20% limit on the number of trainees proportional to the number of employees in an enterprise, unless TESDA increases this percentage through thorough assessment of its necessity. This will further prevent companies from misusing EBET to cut costs by having trainees instead of regular employees. For the record, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We thank our colleague, the Deputy Minority Leader, for raising this very important issue. And we also thank the members of this institution for giving us a lot of insights in a way where we can really protect our trainees without sacrificing the quality of education that will be implemented in the enterprises. Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank the distinguished sponsor for his industry and patience as well
And
of everyone who listened to his amendment.
And we'll also like to thank the presiding officer, now our Senate President, for trusting this representation to actually be appointed as his subcommittee chair during the time when he was heading the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education. And that's the reason why I'm standing here today. Thank you, Mr. President. for
The
your
reason,
trust.
Your Honor, was because I knew that you knew this subject matter more than I ever would. Thank you, Your Honor. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2587. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2665 under Committee Report number 251. This is the bill on the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are still in the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and seek recognition as a sponsor, and to continue with this interpellation, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III. I so move, Mr. President.
The distinguished majority leader is recognized as sponsor of the measure, and the distinguished minority floor leader is likewise recognized to interpolate. The gentlemen both have the floor.
Mr. President,
Imposible sa duties na lang nung test na A, B, C, D, E yun. Paano na? Awang ka naman birthday niya na. Thank you, Mr. President. This will just be a continuation of our interpellation yesterday. And with the permission of our sponsor? If we
yes,
can-
Mr. President, willingly, Mr. President.
Yes. Mr. President, yesterday we made the revelation that there's an international body, the IMO. Ano bang meaning na IMO? International Maritime Office?
International Maritime Organization.
International Maritime Organization, which will review any law, any domestic law establishing archipelagic sea lanes pursuant to UNCLOS. May I ask the sponsor, what would be the extent of the review of the IMO? Would it be only limited to the technical description or delineation of the sea lanes identified by the archipelagic state, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the scope of the review, and probably this will surprise some of our listeners, would even include a disapproval of any sea lane designated by any archipelagic state, Mr. President.
How about the other provisions in the measure that we are considering? Kunyari, who will be the government agency in charge? The prohibited acts. What prohibited acts? The delegation to the to the President of the power to establish and or substitute sea lanes. Will those substantive measures be also within the jurisdiction of the IMO to review?
Mr. President, let's dissect the matters mentioned by the minority leader into its finer points. He's speaking of the law enforcement side, wherein the Coast Guard, the Navy, our customs authorities would be involved. The Philippines will have complete control and jurisdiction once this is approved. But if the good gentleman is referring to the sea lanes as well as the coordinates, likewise the same will be threshed out by an administrative body of the Philippines. And number 3, when it comes to the general sea lanes, archipelagic sea lanes, it would need the concurrence and imprimatur of the IMO in terms of its announcement and approval and acceptance by the international community, specifically the UNCLOS signatories and members of the International Maritime Organization, as well as the signatories to the Chicago Convention, Mr. President. So, hinati-hati ko po, yung pagpapatupad sa ating karagatan, ng ating batas karagatan, tayo po yon. Yung pagpapatupad ng pagpili ng coordinates, tayo po yon, NAMRIA po yon. Yung pagpapaanunsyo at pagkuha ng pagtanggap to how to gain the acceptance of the international community, that's the job of the International Maritime Organization.
Is it correct to say that the recognition, official recognition of the archipelagic sea lanes designated by the Republic of the Philippines through this measure will be, that is the one which is subject to approval by the IMO?
Correct, Mr. President. Because when we adhered to the Law of the Sea Conference 1, 2, and 3, we agreed, and this is now part of customary international law, and customary international law under our Constitution is part of the laws of the land. We adhered to the precept that an international organization would be the one in charge of all the sea lanes in the entire world. So, Mr. President, so it is not letting go of a portion of our sovereignty. It is not an exercise of auto-limitation, but an acceptance of our obligation as a signatory to UNCLOS that we would adhere to that provision, that it has to be approved first by an international organization, and that international organization happens to be the International Maritime Organization, or IMO.
Out of treaty obligation, Mr. President, I don't think I can agree with this earlier statement of the sponsor that this is already a generally accepted
Yes, it is.
principle of customary law, Mr. President. Because of UNCLOS siguro, because we signed UNCLOS, sabi doon, this is the procedure, then we follow the procedure.
It has been transformed into, with all due respect, as a customary international law, Mr. President. I have a
Yes, I respect the opinion of or the position of our majority leader, but I will just limit my comment to the fact that it is clear in UNCLOS that we also agreed to the procedure. But since the essence, di ba sa statutory construction meron ganun eh, there is an essence of a law, of a bill. The essence of this law is actually the establishment of those archipelagic sea lanes. Ang ibig sabihin po ba nito that for as long as the sea lanes have not been officially recognized or approved by the IMO, the entire law is in effect
Limbo.
suspend
In limbo?
in a suspended situation, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President. Pending the approval, the imprimatur of the IMO, the said sea lanes would still be considered as a normal passage route, Mr. President. So it can still be implemented. It can still be enforced. And other maritime countries can exercise their rights to pass through, traverse the said sea lanes, Mr. President.
Yes, but can we now limit the foreign vessels to those three archipelagic sea lanes? Because some of them may say that there are other lanes which are normally or historically and traditionally used by their ships. But can we, upon the passage of this bill, can we now limit the sea lanes to the three mentioned in the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, I think that was one of the issues raised yesterday by the minority leader. The sea lanes, if adopted and approved by IMO, would, one, ensure that other maritime nations would take notice of the existence of the said sea lanes. Two, it would likewise have a parallel benefit of having an overflight right over the said archipelagic sea lanes. Three, it would likewise enable even military vessels, such as submarines, to pass by the said sea lanes in a normal mode. Meaning to say, they can pass through it submerged without showing their flags. So, Mr. President, as I mentioned yesterday, with, and the records would show that for purposes of predictability and for purposes of law enforcement efficiency on the part of the Philippines, the sea lanes would surely be needed, Mr. President. So question is, your question, Your Honor, is that would it prevent the other vessels not to utilize the sea lanes? No. But they can be challenged and be required to stray away from the non-declared archipelagic sea lanes, especially if they are doing a conduct which can be considered as non-innocent. Meaning to say, if they are involved in fishing, if they are involved in scientific research, if they are involved in military exercises, etc., etc., and they have to be, and they are supposed to pass under a different mode, meaning to say they have to expose their flags, Mr. President.
Yes, but Mr. President, those so-called non-innocent passage activities can really be challenged with or without this measure. Tama po ba? Is that the correct interpretation? Even if there is no ASL law, there's no measure. If the activity does not qualify as innocent passage, that can be really challenged, Mr. President. We don't need the law to challenge that because that's part of international law.
No, if it is consistent with innocent passage, they cannot be challenged.
If it is not consistent with innocent passage,
Yes.
katulad nung example niyo po kanina na
Yes,
they are fishing, conducting scientific research. But we can challenge them even without this bill, Mr. President. Correct, yes. So, now my next question, Mr. President, is meron tayong sa bill na parang delegation of power to the President to add additional archipelagic sea lanes or even substitute. Substitute siguro is to designate a new one and then, anong tawag mo doon, retire the already established sea lane. Ito po bang mga provisions na ito, around 2 to 3 sections ito, are these also subject, this delegation by Congress to the President, subject to the review of the IMO? This concept?
No, Mr. President. Let me clarify this. Perhaps the minority leader is referring to sections 9 and 10.
Yes.
Section 9 refers to additional archipelagic sea lanes. Section 10 refers to substitution of archipelagic sea lanes. Mr. President, am I correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So, my understanding, Mr. President, is that Section 9 and Section 10 should be read together, Mr. President. So, this is how I would illustrate this. If the apprehension of the good gentleman is that we will be subjecting these sections again to the approval of the IMO, answer is yes. Answer is yes. Because, Mr. President, the sections mentioned a while ago, sections 9 and 10, stemmed from an IMO resolution and an UNCLOS provision. To be specific, Article 53, Section 9 of UNCLOS states that, and I quote, in designating or substituting sea lanes or prescribing or substituting traffic separation schemes, an archipelagic state, it now refers to the Philippines, shall refer proposals to the competent international organization with a view to their adoption. Now, we're now referring to IMO. IMO. So, IMO in 1998 issued IMO Resolution number 7169, which states, and I quote, under paragraph 3.4, following a proposal to the IMO by an archipelagic state, Philippines, other states may request that the archipelagic state propose additional sea lanes to include other normal passage routes used as routes for international navigation or overflight through or over archipelagic waters as required by UNCLOS, unquote. So, this is a contingency measure, part of the IMO process. So, if I may reiterate again, I underscore, other states may request. Ang ibig sabihin po, yung pag nag-usap na sa IMO, merong ibang states na pwedeng mag-request, dagdagan nyo naman yung archipelagic sea lanes nyo. Bakit tatatlo lang yan? That's section 9. Section 10 now refers to substitution of archipelagic sea lanes. Perhaps the concern of the good gentleman is that we are now allowing the President, by virtue of a delegated authority in the interest of national security, among others, to substitute the three. Meron pong mga requirements po yon sa Section 8. Sa Section 8 po natin, maliwanag po yung mga requirements, national security, when it comes to an emergency, etc., etc. So, maliwanag po yun. But, Mr. President, safety of navigation, presence of a particularly sensitive area, nakikita ko po rito yung Tubataha Reef, protection of fishing grounds, etc., etc. But, if you read Section 9, nakalagay po dun sa Section 9, yung designation, it also flows from Article 53 of UNCLOS. Excuse me. Article 53 of UNCLOS. And Article 53, paragraph 9 of UNCLOS states that in designating or substituting sea lanes or prescribing or substituting traffic separation schemes, an archipelagic state, meaning to say the Philippines, shall refer to the proposals to the competent international organization with a view to their adoption. So because of this, also in 1998, IMO issued a resolution, 7169, and I quote, Mr. President, 7169, following a proposal to the IMO, I correct myself. This is now Article 53 of UNCLOS. An archipelagic state may require, after giving due publicity thereto, substitute other sea lane or traffic separation schemes for any sea lanes or traffic separation schemes previously designated or prescribed by it. I was distracted by the papers given to me. So IMO issued Resolution 7169, also in 1998, an archipelagic state, when circumstances require, after giving due publicity thereto, substitute other sea lanes or traffic separation schemes for any sea lanes or traffic separation scheme previously designated or prescribed by it. Liliwanagin ko po. Ang substitution po, magmumula sa Pilipinas. Tayo magsasabi sa IMO, palitan niyo po ito kasi po gusto namin ilipat na because of we want to preserve an area where a previous sea lane would traverse. Yun po yung substitution. Yung addition would not come from us. It would come from other countries. It would come from other states, Mr. President. So yun po yung pagkakaiba nito. Si substitution sa atin, tayo na yung nagre-request. Si addition ang nagre-request yung other states. Mr. President,
Section 9 dito.
when we look at this, when we read Section 9 and Section 10 together, we now implicate the foreign policy power of the Chief Executive. Pag nag-uusap-usap po sa ang mga iba't ibang bansa, ang atin pong number one delegate through the Secretary of Foreign Affairs is the President of the Philippines. So siya po yung pwedeng magsabi, o sige, payag kami, ang Pilipinas na dagdagan ng another sea lane sa request ninyo. Kasi baka nagbago yung sea lane ng Indonesia, dugtong na lang natin doon. Or tayo naman po ang mag-request, i-substitute na natin itong sea lane natin na na-designate, hindi na Balintang Channel, yun na lang Babuyan Channel, para ma-preserve yung dulo ng Batanes. Kunyari lang po, Mr. President. So, we now give the President the authority, the delegated power to negotiate. And with that authority, we empower him likewise without necessarily going to Congress na magdi-debate na ulit tayo kung ano yung dapat na sea lanes. Because, Mr. President, the sea lanes are not just imposed by legal provisions, but because it is given to us geographically by Mother Nature, Mr. President. And if you look at our map, there are only 9 possible entry and exit points in our archipelagic waters. And if I may name them from north to south and the rest, Balintang Channel, Babuyan Channel, Verde Island Passage, Linakpakan Strait, San Bernardino Strait, Surigao Strait, Balabac Strait, Basilan Strait, Sibuto Passage. Siyam lang po yun. Kaya hindi na tayo, yung atin pong i-add, doon din manggagaling. Yung atin pong isa-substitute, doon din po manggagaling. Hindi na po tayo pwedeng kumuha pa ng ibang mga sea lanes kasi wala na pong dadaanan dyan, Mr. President. So, we now give the President exact standards to follow, and that is under Section 8 of this measure, when the President, through the Department of Foreign Affairs, negotiates with the International Maritime Organization, Mr. President. So, in that archipelagic waters, talagang siyam na lang yan. Tatlo lang po yung in-enumerate natin. So, kung mag-a-add tayo, doon manggagaling sa siyam. Kung magsa-substitute tayo, doon din po manggagaling sa siyam. We can no longer reinvent our waters because the depth, the geographical compactness was given to us by Mother Nature, Mr. President.
So the lay of the land, Mr. President, that's the universe. Lay of the land over the sea. So the universe, according to our sponsor, would be 9 possible archipelagic sea lanes. But out of curiosity, if I remember, the sponsor said that the executive branch originally proposed
Yes,
11.
11.
Paano po nangyari yun? How is that possible?
Meron pong kinonect na pinag-connect na sea lane ang proposal ng Coast Guard, pero hindi na po yun tinanggap. There is a if I can just
So, no, I just want to be clarified.
Opo.
With God's blessings, ilan ba talaga? What is the universe of the
The-
possible sea lanes? 9 or 11? How come the executive branch saw 11, Mr. President?
The entry and exit points 9. Pero pag dinugtong-dugtong nyo po, pwedeng maging 11. And I have the list of the 11 here. But the 11 would just be a mere expansion of the 9. Kagaya po halimbawa, Mr. President, ng Basilan Strait, Celebes Sea, Basilan Strait, malapit na rin po yan sa Celebes Sea, Sibuto Passage. The Celebes Sea, Sibuto Passage, na Subata Channel, yun din po yung entry. Magkakaiba lang po doon sa gitna, Kasi yung pang-10, sinama yung Bohol Sea. Sinama yung Bohol Sea. But the entry and exit will be the same. Nagkaiba lang yung gitna.
Apo,
Yung
sige.
pong,
So-
minsan nasasama yung Sarangani Strait, minsan nasama
And-
po yung Bohol Sea.
But since we're talking about sea lanes, na pwede mong ipag-connect ka, parang mga highways yan, network po yan. So, can we say that the universe is 11?
I would still probably, Mr. President, stick to the 9, because when you speak of sea lanes as well as freedom of navigation, the purpose really is to traverse from one end of the high seas, to another end of the high seas. So, nanggaling po sa isang exclusive economic zone, palabas sa isang exclusive economic zone.
Correct.
So, from high seas to high seas. So, halimbawa pong galing kayo ng dulo po ng EDSA sa Baclaran o sa MOA, lalabas po kayo ng Caloocan, ang entry point mo ay Baclaran, ang exit mo ay Caloocan, pero in between, kung gusto mong mag-iwas-iwas ng traffic, pwede ka nang pumasok sa Mandaluyong o yung Mabuhay lanes. But just the same, we refer to the entry point and exit points, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, just to further our understanding, let's assume that this is now our law, and let's look at archipelagic sea lane number 3. So, a ship which enters from the southern Philippine side, that would be the island of Basilan and in between the Zamboanga Peninsula, the tip of the Zamboanga Peninsula, may ship doon. That ship can turn right and exit at number 2, Mr. President. Is that allowed?
Yes.
That's allowed?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Yes, so
Practically and theoretically, pero I
but
doubt if
that's
they
allowed.
will.
That's allowed.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I want to understand, Mr.
Yes.
President. Okay. So the sea lanes are recognized, and then you can use the sea lanes network because these are the recognized
Yes.
highways
Yes.
on the sea. Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. President. But actually, just to pursue the answer of our sponsor, Section 9 is not that clear, Mr. President, as written na ito pala, this is not the independent and unilateral decision of the President to add. He cannot do it. It must be upon request of other states. But look at Section 9. That is not clear, Mr. President.
Yes. The Section 9 is a discretionary provision because
Yes.
of the word may.
Yeah.
But in practice, Mr. President, since we have already agreed that this will be the 3, I don't think the President would just randomly change or adopt
this is
additional.
adding.
Except if you read the previous section, which is Section 8. And Section 8, Mr. President, is very clear. Section 8 refers to the instances when the President, when the factors to be considered by the President when designating a sea lane, including the coordinates: national security and public safety, safety of navigation, presence of a particularly sensitive area. This refers to protected maritime areas, protection of fishing grounds, management of the risk of pollution. Halimbawa po doon sa isang maritime archipelagic sea lane ay nagkaroon ng oil spill. Kagaya po na nangyayari ngayon, the President can designate. Ito po yung mga emergency. So, suitability for continuous, expeditious, unobstructed transit. Kung may sumadsad pong barko doon, edi mag-substitute muna. Non-duplication of routes of similar convenience. Ito po, nakita nyo sa letter G, between the same entry and exit points. So, mahalaga po yung exit and exit points. And F, suitability for expeditious, continuous, unobstructed transit from one part of ECC to another part of ECC, etc., etc.
Well, Mr. President, I will use the figure of our sponsor that there can only be 9 possible archipelagic sea lanes, given our how our archipelago has been designed by God, no? So total of 9 lang po ang universe. So yung additional and substitute sea lanes na i-delegate natin sa presidente can only be taken from those 9.
I totally agree, Mr.
Agree.
President.
Okay, so, thank you for that, Mr. President. Pero yung pag-add ng presidente, yung substitute, Mr. President, naintindihan ko yun. Pero pa yung pag-add ng presidente rin, it's his as we are delegating it to him, it's his unilateral power. No, he needs no clearance or approval from the IMO.
It will be, again, Mr. President, it will be referred to the International Maritime Organization.
Okay, sige. I understand because itong original na tatlo nga will be referred to the IMO. So, but we are giving the power to the president to add or substitute subject to the same procedure.
Correct, Mr.
Yes, kasi sa original kailangan. Okay, ngayon, some archipelagic states, I believe, have identified their ASL by law and did not delegate it to the executive branch for additional or substitute. So that's one concept. We're following another concept that we are designating originally 3 ASLs by law, but we are delegating power to the president to add and then substitute, and then there are paragraphs A to G of Section 8 as the parang parameters or the standards. Hindi po itong decision of the Republic of the Philippines to empower the President to add or substitute, that concept is not reviewable by the IMO.
It will be.
No. The concept mo na. What will be reviewable will be the actual decision now. But that arrangement is not reviewable by the IMO. That is our decision.
Correct, Mr. President. And but also that concept is was strengthened by the IMO resolutions and the UNCLOS provisions I mentioned a while ago, allowing that process. If I may repeat and underscore, Article 53 of UNCLOS, paragraph 9, allows the designation or substitution of sea lanes. And the same goes through with the addition of sea lanes, Mr. President. So it will implicate Articles 53, paragraph 9, and paragraph 7 of UNCLOS, Mr. President. And various IMO resolutions to that effect, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Mr. President, if why did we not from the very start just not delegate the entire power to the President to designate? Hindi na sana tayo nag-designate dyan sa 1, 2, 3 sa law. We can say that he is empowered to designate it.
Can I have that again?
Okay. Kasi ang ginawa natin po, Mr. President, sa law natin 1, 2, and 3, nag-designate tayo. And then we are giving the President the power to add and or substitute. Okay. So one possible model for this law, ASL law, would be to just empower entirely the President to designate and establish the sea lanes. Why did we not do that, Mr. President?
Because, Mr. President, prior to the crafting of this measure, the executive, through the Department of Foreign Affairs and our IMO representative, already made mention in an IMO conference that the Philippines will be passing a legislative measure creating sea lanes similar to what Indonesia did. So, Mr. President, this is a legislative act. Mr. President. It similar to the maritime zones law, we cannot just delegate to the president the manner of designating the maritime zones. It has to be an act of Congress, Mr. President. I would surmise that the real basis for this is we are in effect having a legal document that would produce rights, responsibilities emanating from our international commitments. And it is not the sole prerogative of the executive branch to do this, Mr. President. It has to be an enacted law because there would be an enforcement mechanism. It would have to be enforced by the Philippine Coast Guard, other law enforcement agencies. It has to be funded even by the Congress when we set up buoys, when we set up lighthouses, Mr. President. So it has to be a law, Mr. President, because only Congress can really lay down the policies and the general conditions affecting our maritime domain, Mr. President.
Thank you for the response, Mr. President, because I belong to that school of thought. It must be a law which will designate the ASLs, Mr. President. That's why I brought up the question of the delegation to the President of additional and substitute ASLs. Those are no longer laws when the President decides. So are we empowering the President to add permanently additional ASLs, amending in effect the law, and then if it's substitute, is the substitution also of a permanent nature, therefore amending also the terms of this law, Mr. President? I belong to that school of thought, Mr. President. It must be a law. That's why I'm bringing. So, can we clarify the delegation of power to the President? Is this of a temporary nature? Because nagkaroon ng oil spill, ipapaliko niya. So, substitution of sea lanes yun. Temporary nature, Mr. President. Pero yung additional sea lanes, yun ang hindi ko ngayon na makuha. Is it also temporary or permanent? I assure our majority leader, I agree with the mini lecture that he gave us because I belong to that school of thought, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was no intention to have a lecture, Mr. President. I was just trying to clarify, but since we are now in agreement, I think we are
Agreed, but what do we do with the sections about empowering the President? The addition and the substitution. That is my concern, Mr. President.
The addition, again, I repeat, the addition would be, the addition power, quote unquote, would only be triggered when other states would request the Philippines to have additional sea lanes.
Cannot the legislature now amend the law? Cannot the legislature be the one to react to the request of the other states by amending the law?
Again, Mr. President, the practicality of this is that we need to have more flexibility here. The practicality of this, Mr. President, is that after we pass this legislation, it would take us at least 6 more months to go to the International Maritime Organization.
Ganun din naman, Mr. President, di ba? Yung decision din naman ng President to add or substitute will also be submitted to the IMO.
Pero mas mabilis kasi nandun na sila nag-uusap. Nag-uusap na sila. So, dala-dala ng Chief Executive, ng Executive Branch, yung bag na nandun yung 9 possible sea lanes. So, pinropose natin yung 3, we only have, ang content na lang ng bag 6. So when we negotiate, kuha ka ng isa.
But Your Honor, we earlier agreed that we belong to that school of thought, that in the establishment of sea lanes, which are ang universe natin only 9 sa Pilipinas, the recognition of which of these 9 will be the recognized ASL of the Republic of the Philippines is a legislative power.
It is.
Legislative. We both agree. Kaya nga, can we be careful with sections 8, 9, and 10, which delegates powers, legislative powers, agree tayo, to the President. So why are we doing this? But cannot the future Congresses or legislatures just react and amend the law if additional ASLs are needed,
I
Mr.
would
President?
tend to agree with the good gentleman that since this is this would need a congressional act, but it is not just a mere lawmaking function, Mr. President. I'm not defending the executive branch, but it likewise implicates the foreign policy function of the President as the chief architect of foreign policy, and this is a constitutional function, and has been upheld several times by the Supreme Court. And Mr. President, we give the President more flexibility. There will be no surprises, Mr. President, I assure you, because the content of his diplomatic bag is just 6 more possible sea lanes. Congress will not be surprised. He can pluck out one. But I'm sure when he considers Section 8, national security, fishing, public safety, I think no president in his right mind would just pluck out anything, especially when it involves the heartland of the Philippines. Ito yung invasion route, Mr. President, na sinasabi ko. But if the pleasure of the good gentleman is for every negotiation to return the same to Congress, parang matagal. So just look at it in a manner consistent with our treaty concurrence process. For every treaty, the Senate would ratify. We do that to prevent surprises and to involve the Senate in the treaty-making power. But since this is already an execution of a treaty which we ratified and which we follow, the United Nations Law of the Sea Conference, it is just an implementation and execution of the said treaty. So, but if the good gentleman would propose some amendments, perhaps during the period of amendments,
Yes,
we might consider the same if it is, it would really redound to the benefit of our negotiating team. Remember, Mr. President, we are here following a timeline which we can no longer reverse. We are a member of IMO Council till 2025. And the IMO would just meet once a year, Mr. President. So our window would just be 2024 June, tapos na, yung 2025 June. And our neighbor out there, the big neighbor out there, will be a member of the council. If that happens, I don't know what would be the action of said neighbor, especially when the archipelagic sea lane would traverse an area which they claim, would exit through an area which they claim. And I'm referring to area number 2, ASL number 2. Doon po lalabas yun eh.
Pero itong archipelagic sea lane po yata is territorial, at the edge of territorial sea, up to the other edge of the territorial sea leading to the
Yes, pero doon din lalabas yun paglabas ng contiguous zone, doon na yun.
Ang position po natin is, huwag kayo makialam, territorial sea. Territorial seas po ito pinag-uusapan natin. So, don't let us not worry too much about the other countries, Mr. President. But
Speaking out loud, Mr. President.
Ganito na lang po, Mr. President. If it's just to also to make some of my thoughts known to the sponsor, is it possible for the law to enumerate the universe of our ASLs, okay? And then, by law, we say that we are activating the three, identifying those three as the ASLs. And then if we delegate the power to the President to add and or substitute, he will be limited to the universe of the ASLs which are identified in the law.
I was also
Is that
thinking,
possible, Mr.
I
President?
was also thinking about that, Mr. President. In fact, there is a Latin maxim for that, which I forgot to, I cannot recall now. The big universe would encompass the small planet and small constellations. I forgot the name. So if the big universe would involve the 9, definitely it would involve the 3, the
Yes,
5,
yes.
the 6, the 7.
Yes, yes.
So the pleasure of the minority leader is to announce the entire
By
universe.
law, okay, by law, kasi legislative act ito eh, Congress identifies the 9 possible ASLs in the Republic of the Philippines. By the same law, we are activating the 3 as our recognized ASL, subject to UNCLOS process. And since we are delegating some power to the President himself, to add and or substitute from the to the 3 ASLs, he can only choose from the universe identified in the
So
law.
that would be a very strict standard.
Correct.
But in the military community, they would perhaps prefer not to mention 1 or 2 sea lanes involved in the 9 for national
So we
security
recognize 7.
reasons.
Yes, sir. So it's the wisdom of the Congress eh. Ganito muna po. This is the flow of my reasoning, Mr. President.
I understand you.
This is a legislative
So if
power.
it is a buffet, you can select the meals that are being served.
Doon tayo sa less fat and less sodium,
Because
Mr. President. Doon
I
na
forgot
tayo.
my lunch,
So,
Mr. President.
yes. So, I mean, is that possible, Mr. President?
It's
So,
possible.
I'm only using the 9 because that came from the sponsor. But if the sponsor says, no, it's not really 9. We can only feasibly use 7. Then let Congress, in the exercise of its wisdom, identify the universe of ASL in the Republic of the Philippines to 7, activate the 3, subject to IMO process, empower the President to add to the 3, but he is limited to the maximum 7.
Maximum 7.
Yes.
And that would probably be practical, Mr. President, especially if the other states would take note that their request for additional sea lanes would just come from that basket of 7, of 4 now, of 4, because we will be
Yes,
naming
additional,
3.
yes.
So there will
Apo.
be 4.
Apo.
And they will also be notified in advance that if you make a substitution, that substitute lane would come from the basket of 4 again.
And then hindi ito totally just discretion of the President. Ano pa rin po yung standards na linigay po ninyo?
Correct.
There are reasons.
Correct.
There are reasons specified in the law when the President can, or should, or could exercise the power to add and or substitute. So ganun po. So there are standards also in the law. Is that possible, Mr. President?
From the perspective of the Philippine Congress and the legal community, you might be correct, because we will not be giving too much to be delegated to the President, and there would be legal certainty, Mr. President. The downside, just probably, Mr. President, is that we will be exposing too much. But again, Mr. President, coming from your own questions yesterday and earlier today, whether it is a designated sea lane or not, just the same, the normal passage route can be exercised, Mr. President. That's how we started, Mr. President. kahit saan naman sila pwedeng tumaan. Meron lang talagang pagkakaiba yung archipelagic sea lanes as compared to the other lane being exercised. So if the good gentleman can submit a written or amendment to this, we will
Sige po, if the idea is acceptable to the sponsor, we will pursue it. Basta, Mr. President, ganito kasi pagkaintindi ko, no? If the vessel just needs to traverse or cross the Philippine archipelago because high seas to high seas nga siya daan siya dyan sa archipelagic sea lanes po natin. But if the destination is of the vessel is a place in the Republic of the Philippines, may iba pong dadaanan yun. These are just the international highways for those just crossing the archipelago of the Republic of the Philippines. Tama po ba?
Correct.
This is it.
You're
Apo.
correct.
Apo.
You're
So with that, Mr. President, one final point na lang. Sino po ba when this becomes law, sino po ang primarily in charge to implement the law?
the executive department.
Which agency, Mr. President?
For purposes of law enforcement, you have the Philippine Coast Guard. You have the Philippine National Police Maritime Command.
Sabay?
No, for areas abutting islands, because there are overlapping functions.
Yun na nga, yun na nga ang concern ko, Mr. President.
The Coast Guard. But given the limited resources.
Naayos ba natin yung parang turf war dyan, Mr. President? Klaro ba? I mean, kasi marami tayong prohibited acts
Yeah.
We have prohibited acts. So who would ensure that
primarily Coast Guard, and
Coast
then
Guard?
you have the Department of Justice for the prosecution,
prosecution,
side,
apo.
and then of course the Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr.
Yes, opo.
President.
Pero yung PNP Maritime, ano role
It's
nila?
always there. It's a supplementary multiplier force. Wala namang gamit po masyado yun, yung PNP Maritime Command. So katulong lang sila.
Coast Guard pa rin.
Coast Guard, and then the Navy will be there. The
Which,
Navy will be
yung
there.
dalawa, wala bang banggaan yung dalawa?
Wala po yan.
Coast Guard and Navy.
Wala po yan. And then the DOTR, because CAAP will be implicated because we will have overflights.
Apo, walang
Yes.
dun sa ano. Well, sa air routes, wala siguro tayong problema. I mean, there's only one agency in charge. Yan lang po sa ASL. I was hoping that the measure would reduce some turf wars between our agencies
Eventually.
by clearly identifying who has the police power over the sea lanes, Mr. President. Kasi highway yan
Yeah.
Para highway, sino may traffic enforcer mo dyan, sino yung pollution enforcer mo dyan.
Yes.
Technically,
the DNR will also be implicated here because of the implementation of several pollution laws.
Pero sino taga-dakip ni DNR? I mean, dapat
They usually delegate.
dapat may ma-deputize.
Usually they deputize.
Yes, but who?
Coast Guard.
Who
Guard.
Coast Guard is
Yes.
the one. Okay. So, at least the Coast Guard is put on notice
BIFAR would
that
likewise be implicated here
BIFAR?
because of fishing. But again, they usually what they do is that they form an interagency body. Sama-sama naman sila kasi kulang naman yung barko natin.
But may I just know who is the primarily responsible agency sa law enforcement na po? Yung alam ko yung NAMRIA sa
Yes.
sa mga
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard.
Sa law enforcement.
Coast Guard.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. President. So, as I've stated at the very beginning, the minority is supportive of this bill. So nakita nyo, supportive na kami sa bill at 3 oras pa yung interpellation, Mr. President. That is our interpellation for a bill which we support, Mr. President. But we will, given our exchanges with the sponsor, we'll explore that very limited topic where if we can still improve the measure, Mr. President. Thank you.
Totally agree.
Thank you for
Thank
the
you, Mr.
patience
President.
of our majority leader, and thank you for sharing with us his expertise on the subject matter and his knowledge about international law, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the good minority leader for his thoughtful debate on my own measure. And I now yield the floor and resume my duties as majority leader. Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2665.
Is there an objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2620 under Committee Report Number 245. This is the bill on the Universal Healthcare Act.
Any objection? There being none, assumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 on the committee report number 245 is now in order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victorio Ejercito, who will make a manifestation, Mr. President.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I'm here to defend, but the co-author of the original Universal Healthcare Act is Senator Risa Ontiveros, I think, who wishes to make a manifestation.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Manifestation po dun sa UHC Amendments Act at ipagpapasalamat din kung may response ang good sponsor. In light of the recent controversy surrounding the return of the unused funds of PhilHealth, at sinabi naman ni Secretary of Finance Recto, makikinig sila sa utos ng Kongreso, I would just like to ascertain if the sponsor might be amenable at the proper time to the following amendments. Dalawa lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor. Unang-una na po, tayo na sa Senado ang magbaba ng premium rate contributions. Fix the rate of premium contribution to 4% from this year, 2024, and to succeeding years, and retaining the 100,000 peso income ceiling for premium contribution for year 2024 onwards. And, at ito po yung pangalawa at huling ipopropose ko at the proper time, ipagbawal na natin ang pagbabalik ng kahit anong pondo ng PhilHealth sa National Government Fund by inserting an amendment that would in effect strengthen Section 11 of RA 1122.3 that would prevent any and all of PhilHealth funds to be accrued to the general fund of the national government or any of its agencies or instrumentalities, including GOCCs. Nang may paghintay sa kung may tugon ng good sponsor, salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Well,
Senator. Yes.
Yes,
Senator-
thank you, Mr. President. Of course, any suggestion from the good Senator Ontiveros, who was my co-author in the Universal Healthcare Act, will always be taken, no, and it will be appreciated. Regarding the first proposal, of course, putting we will be actually the very essence of this amendment is to lower the current contribution rate, no, from 5% because of UAC, because of the pandemic that happened. We will adjust it to 4%. That's the very essence of this amendment. But your proposal to make it 4% all the way, then we will take that into consideration, and we might just accept it. And the other one, to peg the income ceiling at 100,000 with a lower rate of 4% and income ceiling of 100,000, and that seems to be reasonable and acceptable. But with regards to the other one, I would agree with you personally, no, that para sa akin po, kung ano po yung para sa kalusugan, dapat manatili para sa programa pangkalusugan. And I would think that in this instance, with regards to as what happened to the hearing yesterday, I think it was PhilHealth who was at fault, that they did not, that they already declared that there was an excess of almost 90 billion, which should have been used first. I would, as the sponsor and author of this measure, I would have accepted their explanation had they first prioritized lowering the income, the contributions, and increasing the benefit packages. No, mas maganda ho sana kung inuna po nila ito bago po sila mag-declare ng excess. That would have been, that Kumaga hindi we cannot fault the Secretary of Department of Finance for looking for excess funds, because it was in the GAA that the excess funds of GOCCs can be tapped for priority programs. But I agree with you, Senator Ontiveros, Your Honor, that we have to prioritize whatever PhilHealth's funds should be prioritized and be used by the beneficiaries, for the benefit of the beneficiaries. So we during the time the amendments, the period of amendments, then I most likely would also accept your proposals, Your Honor.
If I may, Mr. President, maraming salamat sa good sponsor sa openness nilang tanggapin itong dalawang amendments na ipapanukala ko at the proper time. And just to make of record na kapag dininig na, harinawa, mas maaga yung resolution ko tungkol dito sa transfer of funds ng PhilHealth sa national government at actually good sponsor hanggang pa sa budget debates, patuloy ko pong ifa-follow up yung issue ito. Kasi kahit po yung pag-cite ng provision sa GAA, I think is subject to challenge dito sa loob at pati sa labas ng Senado.
Actually, Your Honor,
yes,
with your indulgence, I also asked Secretary Recto yesterday, because he is actually the principal author of UAC, being the first senator to file this landmark bill, and I'm confident that he would not allow that it's a work in progress, that this will be derailed. I asked him that kung may sobra bang pondo, can it be earmarked for health programs and health purposes? And he said that we will just abide and we will just follow what the Senate or the Congress itself will instruct or will pass. So yan naman po ang naging commitment. That was the commitment that was given by Secretary Recto yesterday.
Salamat po, good sponsor, and certainly pangahawakan ko yung ganyang pagtataya ng Secretary of Finance. At ang mahalagang ibig sabihin nung sinabi nila ay the ball is in our court, in the court of the Senate, to reiterate kung ano yung nakalatag na dun sa mga batas at panindigan talaga na dapat sundin ito ng stricto, both on the part of PhilHealth, DOH, at sa panig din ng iba nating mga government at saka constitutional bodies. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor. Maraming salamat din po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. All your recommendations and probably your proposed amendments are well taken by this representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Ontiveros and Ejercito. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2620.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2758, an act increasing the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of the Philippine National Police from 56 years old to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 by Senator Marcos.
Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Local Government.
2759, an act converting the extension campuses of the Central Philippine State University located in the municipalities of Hinubaan, Kawayan, Ilog, Candoni, Moises Padilla, and Hinigaran, and in the cities of San Carlos, Sipalay, and Victorias, all in the provinces of Negros Occidental, into regular campuses of the Central Philippine State University, and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Legarda.
Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
2760, an act providing for a new charter for the Land Bank of the Land Bank of the Philippines by Senator Escudero.
Banks, financial institutions, and currencies.
Resolutions. PS Resolution number 1080, Resolution urging the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported underutilization of the budget allotted for the government's flood control program and related projects with the end in view of ensuring a comprehensive and cost-efficient solution to the perennial and devastating flooding problem in the country that would immediately bring relief to the public after the onslaught of Super Typhoon Karina by Senator Poe.
Finance and Public Works.
1081, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Public Services to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the continuous proliferation of transit security and safety problems within the vicinities of Manila Light Rail Transit System and the Manila Metro Rail Transit System with the end in view of identifying safety measures and emergency response in our rail transportation system by Senator Tulfo.
Public Services.
1082, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Public Services to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the controversial wheelchair ramp located at the EDSA PhilAm Busway Station in Quezon City with the end in view of ensuring that construction of similar structures meet the standards set by the Batas Pambansa bilang 344, otherwise known as the Accessibility Law by Senator Tulfo.
Public Works.
1083, directing the proper Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the implementation of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.'s order directing the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporations as well as other relevant agencies to wind up the business operations of existing Philippine offshore gaming corporations by Senator Villar Mark.
Committees on Games and Amusement and Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
1084, directing the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the oil spill from MT Terra Nova in Limay, Bataan in view of its effect to the marine ecosystem and biodiversity and to the health, food security, livelihood of the people in affected areas by Senator Tolentino.
Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
1085, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the provisional understanding between the Philippines and China for the resupply missions to BRP Sierra Madre in Ayungin Shoal by Senator Tolentino.
Foreign Relations.
1086, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the enforcement of stricter monitoring measures by the Department of Migrant Workers and OWA on overseas Filipino workers to ensure their protection, safety, and well-being by Senator Tulfo.
Migrant Workers.
1087, resolution urging the Committee on Health and Demography to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the transfer of PhilHealth's excess funds to the unprogrammed fund under RA number 1197 or the General Appropriations Act of 2024 by Senator Ejercito.
Health and Demography and Finance.
1088, directing the Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alarming surge of both hepatitis B and C cases in the country by Senator Binay.
Health and Demography.
1089, commending the heroic acts and thereby recommending the promotion of Mr. Gerald Randolph Anderson Jr. to one rank higher in the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary Unit for his commitment to public service during the onslaught of Super Typhoon Karina by Senator Padilla.
Rules.
1090, calling for the deferment of Meralco's competitive selection process for 600 megawatts and 400 megawatts power supply requirements by Senator Cayetano Alan Pico.
Energy.
1091, directing the Senate Committee on Public Information and Mass Media to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the planned actions of the government with regard to the Filipinos who will be displaced by industry-wide ban of Philippine offshore gaming operations in the country as ordered by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. by Senator Padilla.
Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development and Games and Amusement.
1092, urging the appropriate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the transfer of the excess funds of the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation to the Bureau of Treasury by Senators Cayetano Pia and Cayetano Alan Peter.
Health and Demography and Finance.
1093, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the massive flooding caused by Super Typhoon Karina and other contributing factors with the end in view of recommending stronger policy measures to improve flood management, infrastructure maintenance, waste management, and disaster preparedness by Senator Legarda.
Public Works.
1095, congratulating and commending Filipino boxer Pedro Taduran Jr. for winning the world minimum weight title of the International Boxing Federation by Senator Ejercito.
Rules.
1096, expressing the sense of the Senate to temporarily suspend the implementation of the Public Transport Modernization Program, formerly known as the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, pending the resolution of valid and urgent concerns raised by affected drivers, groups, unions, and transport cooperatives, with the end in view ensuring a more efficient and inclusive implementation of the PTMP introduced by Senators Tulfo, Escudero, Binay, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Pia, De La Rosa, Estrada, Ejercito, Gatchalian, Go, Lapid, Legarda, Marcos, Padilla, Pimentel III, Poe, Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar C., Villar Mark, and Zubiri.
Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Raffy Tulfo, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, after the reconstitution of the Bicameral Conference Committee for the purpose of Magna Carta of Seafarers Act, or proposed Magna Carta of Seafarers Act, I have the honor to present the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221, entitled An Act Providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, and House Bill number 7325, entitled An Act Instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, dated 22 May 2024, is hereby withdrawn. Consequently, the Senate and House panels conferred to reconsider and further discuss the proposed measure to come up with the best version possible that will fully protect and promote the welfare for Filipino seafarers. Mr. President, I would like to thank our fellow conferees from the Senate, Senate President Chis Escudero, Senators Amy Marcos, J.B. Ejercito, and Deputy Minority Leader Riza Ontiveros, and our House counterparts headed by Chairman of the House Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Representative Jude Asidre, together with Representatives Marisa Del Mar Magsino, Sandro Gonzales, Ron Salo, and Marlene Primicias Agabas as members for their collaborative effort and patience in order to come up with this bicameral report. Thus, it is my honor to report to this body, Mr. President, the following. Number one, the conferees agreed to adopt the reconsidered bill on the matter as the working draft, and we polished and adjusted the language of the bill for clarity. Two, we included a section, Section 59, to balance the interests of both seafarers and employers to ensure the continued employability of our seafarers by providing a more favorable and reasonable legal environment for employers and ship owners, and to finally address the pressing problem on ambulance chasing without compromising the interests of our seafarers and with minimal or completely no cost to them. And finally, number three, the title of the reconsidered bill was adopted. Mr. President, that being said, I would like to thank again my fellow conferees and to all my colleagues for supporting this very important measure with the earnest hope that this will soon be favorably signed into law para sa karagdagang proteksyon, benepisyo at ikabubuti ng buhay ng bawat marinong Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I respectfully move that the joint explanation of the Conference Committee be inserted into the records of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Yeah,
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President,
Senator
there
Bernal.
was a motion, I was thinking you would
Act.
act on the motion first by the,
All right, is
to
there,
include, that's to include.
Yes.
It is just to include
Mr.
the
President,
explanation of, no, the motion is to include the explanation, no?
into the records?
Into the records lang yung motion niya.
read into the records. So, Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference.
Mr. President, I'm
we will,
sorry, Mr. President.
We will just act first on the
I am
motion
not
of-
gonna raise a point of order. It's just that out of respect to the distinguished sponsor, he moved that the explanation be inserted into the records.
Yes.
So I am waiting just for the
Okay, there is a motion
the
by
chair.
Senator Tulfo to insert into the records the explanation of the
the Conference
the
Committee.
Conference Committee.
Yes.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just be allowed to give a short manifestation slash probably some questions with regard to this particular measure. I know that the good gentleman from Isabela had worked so hard for this particular bill. This is my pet bill, Mr. President, since I became a member of this August chamber. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our good colleague for sponsoring this measure. Nagpapasalamat po tayo because most if not all of our amendments were taken into consideration at nakasama dito sa BICAM report, kagaya po nung pagpapaigting sa maritime occupational safety and health standards, protection ng mga seafarers laban sa mga abuso at unfair labor practices, yung pag-align po ng Magna Carta sa Department of Migrant Workers or DMW Act, pati ho yung paglalagay ng transition at support mechanisms sa mga panahong hindi pa nakakasampa muli ng barko ang ating mga marino. However, Mr. President, and I'm sorry if I have to put this on record, Mr. President, this has been the third time, if I'm not mistaken, because twice I was a member, Mr. President, not once but twice, a member of the Bicameral Conference Committee. Ito ho ay pangatlo na, and I have to say I was surprised na although 90 to 95% of the bill ay okay po ako, nagulat lang po ako kasi alam natin na ang panukalang batas na ito ay naglalayong protektahan ang mahigit kumulang 580,000 na Filipino mariners sa iba't ibang dako ng mundo o yung mga tinatawag nating bagong bayani. Nagulat lang po ako nung pumasok po itong muli itong pagpasok ng bond. So ang tanong ko lang po, ito po ba ay galing sa Senado o sa Kamara itong idea na ito? Because I don't remember the Senate tackling this or approving this particular provision, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there are some colleagues in the lower house
So it's the lower house.
that did suggest bringing back the ban provision for the purpose of employability for our seafarers. Kasi nga po, ang nangyari, nakikita ng mga shipping companies na yung ating sistema ay medyo hindi tumutugma sa kanilang kagustuhan, kaya kumukuha sila ng mga seafarers mula sa ibang bansa, particularly sa India.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to put that on record because it did not come from this August chamber, from the senators. And I'd like to put also on record and caution a warning because somehow we are now treating differently and unfairly yung other types of workers who are not sea-based, Mr. President. So I'm just worried about it, and I just wanted to put this on record para alam po ng ating mga kababayan na ito yung concern ko. Kasi ho, I remember in my stint here as a member of the Senate, the Department of Labor and Employment, I remember, the DOJ, etc. Dito sa usapin po na ito, baka po, no, na may magdala sa Korte Suprema at sabihing unconstitutional po dahil yung equal protection of the laws. Pangalawa po, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, yung pong caution na gusto kong ibigay ay yung paggamit natin ng taxpayers' money and public funds for the payment of the bond. Medyo ano po ako dito, I'm really wanting to put this on record na very ano po ito, no? Kasi even right now, I don't see any report since I became part of this discussion, yung actuarial study on the possible amount required. Another, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is tinitingnan ko po itong report natin, there's no limitation or criteria. So baka mamaya maging limitless po ito. So I'm just warning the implementers and to make sure that this will be discussed thoroughly in the implementing rules and regulation. Last but not the least, Mr. President, I am glad that this measure will be ratified today finally because I know this is very important. I know very well, Mr. President, that our kababayans, ang mga marino ay kailangan ito. But I'm just also concerned about the use of Action Fund. Mr. President, I am the principal author and sponsor of the Department of Migrant Workers Act. We have discussed thoroughly in this August chamber the importance of Action Fund. It is an emergency fund. I don't know why it was mentioned here that they can actually, although I'm happy that the word used here is may, and I'd like to congratulate the sponsor, but still, you know, the possibility of using an emergency fund from the DMW. Gusto ko lang po i-caution yung ating DMW dito sapagkat remember, the Department of Migrant Workers, hindi lang po sea-based yan. Ito pong ating dinidiscuss is Magna Carta for Seafarers. Meron pong mga hindi seafarers sa DMW. In fact, siguro, kanina po, I had a lengthy discussion with our Senate President about the possibility of coming up with we're not gonna carve it from the budget of DMW, but perhaps add or come up with an additional item for the budget of DMW that will specifically address this concern, Mr. President. And because of that, I will agree, Mr. President, that the funds being used by DMW will not be touched or be used in this particular case. Kasi band po ito hindi po ng seafarer, hindi po ng buong OFW, no? And again, taxpayers' money po ito. When you're using public funds, mag-i-invite po ito ng mga kaso, no, dun sa mga implementing agencies. And this is just a caution, Mr. President. So I'd like that to put on record and perhaps, Mr. President, to say the least, I have very strong reservations despite the fact that I am in supportive of the measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senate President, recognized.
briefly, I confirm the statements of Senator Villanueva with respect to our discussions, and that is indeed the intent of this provision, and we will introduce amendments to the proposed budget of 2025 in order not to touch the funds of DMW that is supposed to be available for the entire sector and not only for seafarers. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you again, Senate President Escudero. Thank you, dear colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Senator Risa, you were raising your hand.
Salamat, Mr. President. Just to make of record that sumasang-ayon po ako sa diwan ng mga observations at saka tanong na hinain ng good gentleman from Bulacan dahil kaisa din sa kung bakit gaya ng ipinaalam ko sa good sponsor kung ba't hindi ako pumirma dun sa BICAM report at bahagi na rin po nung mamayang explanation of no vote ko sa ratification. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa. The Minority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I think this measure has followed a very unusual, interesting, and strange path, Mr. President. Is it correct that this is already the third BICAM report? Third? Tama po ba?
Second.
Second lang?
Yeah.
Second lang po. Kasi,
I'm
sa-
sorry, Mr. President, third. This is the
Third.
third time. Right.
yes po,
Yes.
so mayroon tayong first
Tama,
BICAM, ang first BICAM, isa yung BICAM report, yung sponsor natin, ang head ng Senate panel, ay nagbigay ng report sa body na ito. Tama po yun, no? This is the third time. First time daw, December 5, 2023. May we know what was the result of that BICAM report, December 5, 2023? Did the body approve that first BICAM report?
It was approved, Mr. President.
It was
by
approved.
the
Oh
body.
yes, Mr. President. So, may we know what happened after the approval of that first BICAM na to? BICAM, ibig sabihin nun, nag-harmonize na si Senate at saka si House. Approved by the Senate, approved by the House, and next step would be to enroll the bill, tama ba? And then submit to the Office of the President. Did that happen, Mr. President?
Yes, it happened, but I think the President did not sign it.
Okay, the President did not sign it. Did the President veto it?
No.
No.
The President did
Okay,
not.
so
veto it.
don't we start counting the 30 days?
No. Anong nangyari? Ano?
I think it was withdrawn.
It was withdrawn.
Mr. President?
It was withdrawn through a concurrent resolution.
So may we just know the legislative history kasi
Basahin na lang natin.
the strange path nga can also be a reason to sway where we will vote, Mr. President. Kasi sa pagboto mo, you can use substantive arguments, you can also use procedural arguments, Mr. President.
Okay, on February 27 of this year, upon the adoption of concurrent resolution number 17, recalling from the office of the President the enrolled copies of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, the Senate reconstituted the bicameral conference committee designating Senators Tulfo, Villanueva, Escudero, Marcos, Pimentel III, and Hontiveros as its conferees on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill number 7325. And on May 22, 2024, the House of Representatives designated Congressman Asidre, Vice Representative Salo as conferee to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325 on May 14, 2024. And on same date, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221.
May ano na po yan? May 22?
May 22,
May 22, opo.
2024. Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325 submitted to the Senate, recommending that Senate Bill 2221 in consolidation with House Bill 7325 be approved in accordance with the attached copy of the bill as reconciled and approved by the conferees. And on the same date, a sponsorship speech of Senator Rafi Tulfo on the Conference Committee report. And on the same date again, the Conference Committee report was approved by the Senate. And the next day, the Conference Committee report approved by the House of Representatives on May 22, 24. And on July 29, 2024, shall I continue?
Mr. President, sige. Mr. President, para lang maklaro kasi step by step po tayo. Nung nag-first BICAM tayo, December 5, 2023, approved na natin but submitted to the President ng enrolled bill. What did the Senate do? We sent communication to the Office of the President that we were withdrawing the submitted enrolled bill. Tama
Yes,
po ba yan?
upon
Okay,
the-
so that's the part of the history. Pinalik po
Yeah,
natin.
but the adoption of
Apa.
Senate
And
concurrent
because of that, binawi natin, we reconstituted another bicameral conference.
Yes,
Okay.
you're correct.
Correct. And then nagsucceed na naman yung bicameral conference. Kasi noong May 22, 2024, nag-report po ba ulit ang ating chairman ng Senate panel sa body natin? Tama po ba? Nag-report po siya. Bicameral Conference Committee report on May
Yes.
22. What did the Senate do? Did we approve the report? Yes, we did. Oh,
Yes, we
then
did.
what did we do? Did we enroll again the bill and submit it to the office of the president?
No.
We did not submit according to.
Okay. So what happened? So what did we do? Okay. So what did we do? When we approved the second BICAM report, what did we do? Did we reconsider our approval of the BICAM report?
Yes, July 29.
Yes, on July 29, 2024, the Senate reconsidered the ratification of the conference committee report filed on May 22, 2024, and reconstituted the bicameral conference committee, designating again Senators Tulfo,
Yes.
Escudero, Ejercito, Marcos, and Hontiveros as its conferees on the disagreeing provisions of.
So ito na yon. This
Yes.
is now the third time that our chairman of the Senate panel is reporting on this particular measure. So, this measure has really followed this is not a usual procedure. This is a very unusual and
quite
strange procedure, Mr. President. Sa una may enrolled bill, enrolled bill, hinabol pa natin, pakibalik.
Naibalik.
Then sunod, pinasa natin, and then, reconsider natin. And then pangatlo. And may we know what could have been the serious concern, Mr. President? Maybe you know from the chairman. What has,
Mr. President,
what has been the serious concern which caused all of this strange and unusual path that this measure has followed, Mr. President?
With
Mr.
all due
President.
respect, Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our distinguished minority floor leader, when this representation became this chamber's Senate President, I precisely and represented the chamber among other members in the LEDAC. I precisely brought this matter up because this is not the first time, insofar as this bill is concerned, that a bill has been ratified in BICAM by both chambers, not only by the Senate,
Harmonized.
and then reconsidered and then reconstituted. In fact, we noticed and we saw only a couple of days ago the veto message of the President with respect to the PNP reform bill. What I said at LEDAC, Mr. President, Your Honor, unfortunately, the minority leader was indisposed at that time, was this. I told the President and everybody there that any bill that is vetoed is the best evidence that either the PLLO is not doing its job or there is no clear coordination between the Senate, the House, and the Executive. Because I've been in Congress, Mr. President, for 9 years, in the Senate for 14 years. Quite frankly, I rarely see a bill being vetoed by any sitting president, rarely, if at all. Because a bill will not even be voted upon, supposedly, and reach third reading even, not even by CAM, unless concerns and input, suggestions from the executive are put in place. So if Congress does not want these suggestions, then we will not approve it. If we do, then Congress will approve it and send it to the President. If the President intimates that he doesn't want a particular bill, Congress can still go ahead and pass it and let it be vetoed, fine, but that rarely occurs. But Mr. President, it's a waste of energy, quite frankly, for us to keep on passing bills that the President will veto anyway. Hence, I brought up at LEDAC, and I asked for an increased coordination between the Executive and Congress, on the other hand, namely the House and the Senate, to avoid these occurrences. Since we resumed, Mr. President, and it's only been 1 week, wala pa naman tayong ginagawang gano'n na BICAM pa uli. And LEDAC was done during the recess, and hopefully, we would be able to avoid those circumstances because mechanisms have been put in place for an increased role of the PLLO insofar as making known the positions not only of the executive department but of the palace itself on certain outputs of both the House and the Senate to precisely avoid this situation happening again in the future, or worst off, measures being vetoed by the President and putting for naught the efforts poured in by members of both the Senate and the House. I hope
Thank you. Yes.
that satisfies
Thank you
our
for
good
the additional
minority floor
information
leader.
from the Senate President.
I
But
think
Mr.
there are some senators who propose that a representative from the PLLO must be present during our session. And I don't see any representative from the office of the PLLO.
Mr. President, if I may, it's not only the presence of the PLLO, but actually the command and baton of the PLLO. Because, as you very well know, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President, the MUP bill, the position of the various departments differ and oppose each other. These have to be reconciled and consolidated by the PLLO. Because that puts us in an awkward and difficult position. So we have set up a mechanism, Mr. President, with the PLLO, and hopefully we will be able to avoid these occurrences in the future. And I hope even what happened to the bill of Senator De La Rosa on the PNP reform bill will be avoided as well. But we also tried to remedy the same.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir
Hindi ko lang
President.
nakalimutan yung tao.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I just want to put it on record that the deliberation of that PNP organizational reform bill, from day one hanggang natapos yun, andyan ang PLLO, sige, follow up sa akin. Yung DILG, Napolcom at PNP, sila lahat ay nagtutulong-tulungan para matapos yun. Sila po hanggang BICAM, kahit sa BICAM, Mr. President, andoon sila. Supposed to be, wala na sa BICAM dahil that is a matter between the two houses lang Pero andoon sila. They were monitoring everything. And I wonder why, bakit nila binito? Well, hindi na natin sila ma-question dyan. Pero sana, huwag ipot ang blame dito sa atin sa Congress kung ganun ang mangyayari. Dahil we have accommodated everything. Everything that they want to be included in the provisions of the said measure, andun lahat. Kasama lahat. Ang PLLO, sige follow up sa akin. Andito ba ang PLLO?
Nandiyan na, dumating na.
Oh, sige follow up sa akin every day. Sir, kailan natin? Kasi worried na yung Napolcom na ang DILG na problema nila hindi ma-address dahil wala yung bill mo. So, pinapalo po natin. So sana, I don't know how to do this. Basta, as far as we are concerned, we did our best, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you.
De La Rosa.
So, Mr. President, if I may continue.
Yes,
kasi
Minority
off
Leader.
topic po tayo, Mr. President. Anyway, yung veto power, don't be so concerned about that kasi recognized constitutional power naman yan ng Presidente. That's part of the entire process. And we have also a remedy, actually. Nasa Constitution din. There's a remedy. Yeah, we can override the veto. But balik lang po tayo dito sa particular measure na ito. From the chairman, can we get, kasi sa lawak ng experience niya sa BICAM, may we get what is that serious subject matter which has caused this measure its very strange legislative course? May we know? Ano pa ba na yan? Pag magbabaycam report ka rito, harmonized na Harmonized. Naka-quotation marks, harmonized, then binabawi. Harmonized, then binawi. What is that? What is the serious concern,
What happened, Mr.
President?
President, when it was sent to Malacanang, and it was due for signing by the President, and there was a complaint from some sectors or group stating that the domestic shipping companies must not be included in the international shipping simply because it's more expensive, mas mahal. So, siguro hindi lang naintindihan ni Presidente yung wordings doon dahil yung domestic shipping companies ay hindi under sa DMW kundi under sa DOLE. So when we did clarify that and put it in writing at binago namin yung pagsulat sa provision at binalik namin sa Malacanang. And then there was this request that the bond should be included again. Because on the first place, when we first sent it to the executive, there was the bond provision wasn't included.
Kaya nga, yes, okay. Yes, so hindi. Ang lumalabas, Mr. President, kung meron palang sektor, or let's say, or the branch, the executive branch, meron pala silang observations or objections sa bill natin, piecemeal nilang sinasabi sa atin. Hindi pa siya at one time sinabi na sana lahat. Isa-isa lang sinasabi. Pag ma-address mo na yung isa, pagbalik, ay meron pa pala. Isa pa. Ganun po ang nangyayari rito. Kaya nakakatatlong bycam tayo.
I would like to recognize the Senate President, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to be fair,
Senate President, recognized.
the first BICAM, and the good chairman can refresh my memory if I'm mistaken. The first BICAM report included
Yes, the bond
the
was
provision on
included.
bond.
Yes,
A different concern was raised, nothing to do with the bond.
correct.
And then it was reconsidered and the BICAM reconstituted. The second report submitted, although it should not have touched on it anymore, touched on the bond and removed the bond. So the third time it was returned. So the third time, Mr. President, that was when the concern was brought out again, because in the first one it was not brought up because it was there. On the second, when it was returned, it all of a sudden disappeared. That's the reason for the third.
That is correct, Mr.
So
President.
it's not that they're
Yes,
giving
yes,
it piecemeal. But again, Mr. President, I reiterate, we have a new procedure in place, and hopefully the good gentleman will be at my back if this happens again, and I hopefully will not be able to answer him on these points anymore in the future, hopefully,
Yes.
Mr. President, Your Honor.
So lumalabas nga, Mr. President, that the bond is a big deal to some sectors of society, siguro. Big enough a deal so that our second BICAM report was requested no longer to be enrolled. Tama, not enrolled, but the motion for reconsideration was made at the level of the houses of Congress. Ganun ang nangyari. So at least I think that has been clarified, Mr. President. So that will guide us in our vote on this bicameral conference committee report, Mr. President. So maraming salamat po. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And again, Mr. President,
Senator
just to
Villanueva.
reiterate, Mr. President, my earlier pronouncement, that it did not come from this August chamber. This institution did not introduce or tayo yung nagbalik ng bond. So I just want to put that on record because I have not heard of anyone in this August chamber lobbying or pursuing that provision, that particular provision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Tuloy mo na.
Senator Risa, you have a manifestation. Yes. I move to recognize Senator Otiveros.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Ontiveros, recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Just for the record, muli po akong tumatayo sa inyong harapan at tulad sa maraming beses, patuloy akong maninindigan para tutulan ang paglalagay ng probisyon sa Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers patungkol sa bond. I am dismayed by the fact that the bicameral conference was reconvened to return the controversial provision that will mandate the payment of a bond before the monetary benefits arising from disability are released. Dahil sa paurong sulong sa BICAM, binigyan lang natin ang ating mga seafarers ng hindi patas na laban dahil sa napakaraming paglabag sa polisiya at batas, hindi lamang sa ating konstitusyon, kundi pati na rin sa Philippine Labor Code, Maritime Labor Convention of 2006, also known as the Seafarers Bill of Rights, and the fourth pillar of international maritime law. Firstly, under the Labor Code, the posting of a bond is imposed only on the side of the employer, and the worker is required to pay only a minimal appeal fee. Also, Mr. President, under the NLRC Rules of Procedure, Section 14 and Section 6 on bond, quote, when appealing a case, it is only the employer who is forced to post a bond, close quote. Quote, in case the decision of the labor arbiter or the regional director involves a monetary award, an appeal by the employer may be perfected only upon posting of a bond, which shall either be in the form of cash deposit or surety bond, equivalent in amount to the monetary award, exclusive of damages and attorney's fees, close quote. The bond requirement is an exemption to the general rule that the decision of the NLRC is immediately executory. Sumunod, Mr. President, on the issue of constitutionality, also mentioned by the good gentleman from Bulacan, it violates the constitutional guarantee on equal protection, which means that all persons or things similarly situated should be treated alike, both as to rights conferred and responsibility imposed. The posting of a bond singles out seafarer claims from other labor claims, both local and overseas. Masyado namang naagrabyado ang mga seafarers dito. They will be penalized by the bond that also downplays their rights guaranteed in the Constitution instead of protecting their rights and promoting their welfare. To reiterate and to clarify my position on ambulance chasing na siyang ginagamit na dahilan para sa bond, I am against ambulance chasing. We are against it. And any form of abuse of our existing laws, and with the end in view of fair and speedy justice for all. We all want better jobs and opportunities for our OFWs. But let us not allow the provision on the posting of a bond to be the reason to curtail the true essence of the law. Another important point I would like to emphasize, patungkol sa Akson Fund, also mentioned by the good gentleman from Bulacan, na maaaring gamitin para sa pagpondo ng bond. Ang Akson Fund ay nabuo sa ilalim ng DMW para tulungan ang mga OFWs. In fact, the DBM allocated an amount of 1.2 billion pesos for the Agarang, Kalinga at Saklolo para sa mga OFW na nangangailangan o Akson Fund, which provides legal, medical, financial, and other forms of assistance to OFWs, including repatriation, shipment of remains, evacuation, rescue, and any other analogous help or intervention to protect the rights of Filipino nationals. Tama po ba na binibigyan natin ng pahintulot na gamitin ang pondo ng gobyerno para tulungan ang mga ship owners and manning agencies by the posting of a bond? As far as I know, it is not right to use government fund to reimburse private corporations, and no public funds can be used for a private purpose. Bakit biglang naipasok ang Akson Fund para lang ma-justify ang bond? Mr. President, any disbursement of funds will require the allocation of a budget by Congress. Isa pa pong tanong, Mr. President, meron po bang naisagawang pag-aaral on the amount of premiums? Itinanong din ng good gentleman from Bulacan. Tila mas maraming nabuksang problema ito kaysa bigyang solusyon ang mahalagang problema sa maritime industry. Ang Magna Carta ay dapat palawakin, pagandahin, at hindi para limitahan ang mga karapatan ng mga seafarers. Ang Magna Carta ay para sa mga Filipino seafarers at tungkulin natin bilang mga hinalal at pinagkatiwalaan ng taong bayan para gumawa ng batas na siguraduhin na kasama nila tayo. We are called upon to heed our time-honored duty to protect labor rights. Lastly, Mr. President, allow me to quote the phrase by the late Philippine President Ramon Magsaysay, as far as the constitutional obligation of social justice is concerned. Quote, "He who has less in life should have more in law." Close quote. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Senator Tiveros.
Mr. President,
Senator
thank you
Tulfo
for
may
that
respond.
statement. Honorable Senator, Senate Minority Leader Luis Ontiveros. I would like to remind the good senator that during the first BICAM, after it was enrolled and forwarded to Malacanang, she was a signatory for the ban to be put on that provision. You did agree? Yes. During the first BICAM, the ban was there, and you were a signatory to it.
Yeah, you want to respond, Senator Tiveros?
During the first BICAM. No, yes. But during the first BICAM, everybody agreed that the ban is going to be there, and there's a provision for the ban. And he did sign that BICAM. And now she's objecting to it, Mr. President.
Senator Risa may respond.
Salamat, Mr. President. Salamat, good sponsor. Without benefit of checking whether or not I signed the BICAM report, pero alam din naman po ng good sponsor dahil bawat kilos at boto at manifestation ko tungkol dito sa ating Magna Carta ay ipinapaalam ko muna sa kanila bago ko ginagawa. Unang BICAM pa lang, nag-argue na ako laban sa bond at magkasama kami ng good sponsor doon. And nung unang, kung tama yung recollection nila, and without benefit, Mr. President, of me checking whether I signed the BICAM report, if I signed the first BICAM report, kahit nandun ang bond, pero unang pagboto pa lang natin dun sa Magna Carta of Seafarer, yung unang version na yon na may bond, bumoto na po ako ng no. At nagpaalam ako sa good sponsor, good share tungkol doon. Ngayon, sa pangatlong proseso natin ng BICAM na ibinalik yung bond, di po katulad nung second BICAM, natanggal po namin ng good sponsor. Ay, wala akong salamin. Pakibasa po sa akin, ano po ito? Ano pong nakasulat? I apologize, Mr. President. Hindi ko Salamat, good minority leader. Hindi ko, pasensya po, Mr. President, hindi ko po nadala yung salamin ko dito kaya hindi ko nabasa. Okay po. So, I confirmed what the good sponsor has said na yung unang BICAM report na mayroong bond, pumirma ako na may notation with reservation on the bond. At gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, pagkatapos kong ipaalam muna sa good sponsor, kaya bumoto ako ng no dun sa unang BICAM report na may bond. Yung pangalawang BICAM report na pinagtulungan namin ng good sponsor na walang bond, nakaboto po ako ng yes. At maalala ko po kung ganong kasaya yung mga kasama nating marino na nandirito sa gallery, nasaksihan nila ang pag-sponsor ng good sponsor ng pangalawang BICAM na yon na walang bond, at inalayan pa ang good sponsor ng Bulaklak at nagdiwang sa pag-ratify nung pangalawang BICAM report na iyon na walang bond. Ngayon, umabot po tayo sa pangatlong BICAM, may bond po ulit, kaya't nagpaalam po ako ulit sa good sponsor na, sorry po, Chair, hindi na po ako makakapirma sa BICAM report at ako po'y boboto muli tulad nung unang beses ng no. So just for the record, Mr. President, at para may buong paggalang, mai-clarify ko po yung point made by the good sponsor. Salamat po, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Senator Tiveros. Your manifestations
Thank you,
are well
Mr.
noted.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
Yes,
Yes, Mr.
Mr. President, move to recognize Minority Floor Leader Pimentel.
To make good use of the time, Mr. President, because when we will vote on the bicameral conference committee report, the minority will be requesting or requiring physical presence of a quorum on the floor. So as we await our other colleagues, if I can just maybe give the explanation on how I will vote on this measure, Mr. President. So I think I will be voting no. I'm constrained to vote no to the ratification of this bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, entitled An Act Providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, for the following reasons. Number one, I have serious misgivings about the procedure taken in reaching this report, where the bicameral conference was conducted and terminated 3 times already, resulting in basically 3 different reports. This should not be a precedent. On the substance, I cannot agree to the insertion of a new Section 59, Execution of Judgment and Monetary Awards. The insertion seeks to treat foreign employers of Filipino seafarers more favorably than our law treats local employers of Filipino workers. If we approve this insertion, adverse decisions against foreign employers of Filipino seafarers will no longer be immediately executory, while those against local employers of Filipino workers are. If we approve this insertion, foreign employers of Filipino seafarers will no longer need to post a bond in order to perfect appeals of adverse decisions of the labor arbiter, while local employers of Filipino workers need to post a bond to perfect an appeal. This may lead to frivolous, dilatory appeals of adverse decisions by these foreign employers of seafarers. On the other hand, the insertion also seeks to treat Filipino seafarers less favorably than other Filipino workers. Decisions in favor of Filipino workers are immediately executory, even pending appeal by the local employer. This results in immediate reinstatement in illegal dismissal cases. In the newly inserted Section 59, a bond must be posted by the seafarers before a writ of execution is issued in their favor. If we approve this requirement of posting a bond, decisions in favor of Filipino seafarers cannot be executed until the foreign employer has exhausted all his appeals up to the Supreme Court. This is clearly discriminatory, if not unjust, to our seafarers who, for obvious reasons, file for monetary claims because of financial distress. Let us all be reminded that the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers is meant to protect the seafarers. To appease our seafarers, whoever crafted this insertion gives the seafarer a small window to be able to execute the favorable decision pending appeal if he files a supersedeas bond. The government may even assist in posting a bond. This seems like a good idea unless you have had any experience procuring a supersedeas bond. Insurance companies, aside from charging exorbitant premiums, require the applicant to give collateral, usually in the form of cash deposits at least equal to the monetary award. This appeasement, therefore, is illusory. In addition to the constitutional issues that have been also raised about the Equal Protection Clause, as well as the use of public money to pursue or to protect private interests. So the painful truth is this bill does not give Filipino seafarers any additional rights or benefits that they do not already enjoy by way of international agreements. On the contrary, this particular insertion even takes away a benefit that they already now enjoy. So for these reasons, Mr. President, when the time comes, this representation will have to vote no to the bicameral conference committee report. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, move to suspend session.
Session suspended for a minute. Majority Leader.
Yes. Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, and that the text of the joint explanation shall be deemed read into the records of the Chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill number 7325 is hereby approved and ratified.
I move to recognize Senate Minority Floor Leader Pimentel.
Minority Leader.
Just to make sure that our votes, the Deputy Minority Leader and this representation are reflected correctly. We voted no against the Bicameral Conference Committee report. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Your manifestation is noted.
Mr. President,
Senator Villanueva.
may I just be allowed to just insert into the records the explanation of vote of this representation with the emphasis on what this representation had earlier mentioned, the constitutionality, the caution that we are asking our implementing agencies, Mr. President. I still feel, Mr. President, that this is needed. I think this is still better than status quo, and so with a heavy heart, I'm voting for the ratification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I move we suspend session.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62. This pertains to the bill on the Reserve Officers Training Corps Act.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate Senator Legarda.
The sponsor, Senator De La Rosa, is recognized, together with Senator Legarda, who is going to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to know whether the esteemed sponsor from Mindanao yield to some clarificatory questions. I would like to state that as a reservist, as a full colonel in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I'm inclined to support measures such as this. However, my reservation lies on the fact of the budgetary constraints, and I would like to be clarified on some provisions.
Yes, Mr. President,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Under Section 5 on the basic program curriculum, the proposed bill states that the basic program curriculum includes the following: reinforcing students in the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, providing service in times of emergencies and disasters, including disaster response operations, skills for search, rescue, and relief operations, and early recovery activities. I understand it will be the DND, CHED, and TESDA who will design and formulate the program of instruction. Kindly correct me if this information is not accurate. But given the recent events during Typhoon Karina, could the esteemed sponsor help this representation envision how our students will be educated and trained in these critical areas? For the purpose of having it on record, what is the intent and vision of the sponsor regarding the inclusion of these components in the ROTC curriculum, and specifically, how does a sponsor foresee the training modules being implemented insofar as emergencies and disaster risk reduction and search, rescue, and relief operations and early recovery activities are concerned? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we ensure in the proposed bill that the DND, CHED, and TESDA will collaborate closely to design and implement comprehensive training modules that cover both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. They may consult with other government agencies, such as the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, to ensure that the module and program of instructions is aligned with the policy of the government relative to environmental protection. This collaborative effort will ensure that these modules are integrated into the ROTC curriculum and delivered through a combination of classroom instructions, field exercises, simulations, and actual participation in disaster response drills as provided in Section 5 of this bill, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, and I hope that, of course, we cannot legislate the modules, but the concept of reducing disaster risk, of disaster response, having seen the experiences in Karina, which was very similar to Ondoy of 2009, pero parang we have not learned our lesson. The same mistakes, the same problems, and more deaths and loss of livelihood. But I am assured by the good sponsor that CHED, DND, and TESDA, should you include the OCD
Yes,
to help craft
Yes, Mr.
the
President.
DRR and relief operations?
OCD and DRRMC, because they're experts in conceptualizing and implementing program of instructions that would include, I hope, the four pillars of disaster risk reduction
Yes.
management, namely the mitigation, preparedness, response,
And recovery.
rehabilitation.
Yeah, recovery and rehabilitation.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for that, Mr. President. Article 2, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution states, and I quote, "It is a primary duty of the government to serve and protect the people. The government may call upon the people to defend the state under conditions provided by law to render personal and military civil service," unquote. There are concerns among the public regarding the proposed compulsory Reserve Officers Training Corps, ROTC program. While the ROTC program is said to be essential for national defense and the development of discipline among the youth. Others believe that it is a form of forced labor and goes against the principles of freedom and democracy. I would like to hear your stance on this. How would you handle those who are against the mandatory ROTC? Would there be an option if they are not inclined to perform ROTC tasks or chores?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, training for defense preparedness is not forced labor, but our patriotic duty. We are defending our country, our communities, our families. And if I may quote JFK, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. ROTC program is not forced labor. It is clear in the Constitution that the government may call upon the people to render military service in times of war, invasion, or national emergency. Pursuant to this constitutional provision, we deem it proper to ensure that once called upon, our people will be ready to defend our country through their training under the ROTC program.
May this representation be enlightened on what kind of training will the ROTC program give the youth of our country for them to be able to be equipped with the skills that will enhance our national security? Paano po natin matetrain ang ating kabataan na maari po silang tawagin pag magkaroon tayo ng sigalot o magkaroon ng problema? Anong klaseng training po?
Yes, Mr. President, the basic military skills and knowledge should be taught upon all these students. When we say defense preparedness, we mean to say that at least these students, when called upon, they will know how to fire their weapon, they will know how to maneuver, they will know how to obey commands, they will know how to relay orders, and the very basic of military training should be instilled upon them, Mr. President. And discipline will result, discipline will be emphasized in this training.
In your proposed measure, Mr. Sponsor, will this be mandatory, or are there options for those who are incapable of joining or are not inclined to join? Could it be optional instead of mandatory? And
Well,
if there are other options, what would these options be?
Well, Mr. President, it is mandatory to everyone. There is no exemption. But we are going to devise a special program of instruction, special curriculum for those students who are in a special situation, like PWDs, like those who are classified as unofficially registered, as persons with disabilities, those whose religious beliefs prohibit the use of firearms in rendering service to the country, and those who had been convicted by final judgment of crimes involving moral turpitude. So, meron tayong i-formulate na program of instructions that will cater to this group of people.
Aside from those three, kung ayaw lang po niya at labag sa kanyang advokasya o sa kanyang hilig, at ang hilig niya ay iba na makakatulong sa bansa, pero hindi physical training, what do we do with those people? They may be outstanding in academics, but may not be able to withstand the rigors of physical training. But they're not disabled, and they are not convicted of any crime. But they would prefer to do something else. What do we do with them? That's their freedom of choice.
Well, we will, there will be medical assessment for this kind of students, and it will be determined by experts if they are really not capable of undergoing the training, then they will be exempted, and they will be given siguro very light requirements without hard physical labor, hard physical exercises.
What is the present program, Mr. President? What is it called?
The present program is a national NSTP, National Service
Yes.
Training Program.
NSTP,
NSTP.
National Service Training Program.
Yes.
So
Mr. President.
instead of reviving the mandatory ROTC, will an expanded NSTP that will incorporate preparedness and resilience building, disaster risk reduction, all of this, would it not suffice?
Well,
What is the major difference between the revival of ROTC and expanded NSTPB? Why should we revive the ROTC?
it has been proven, Mr. President, by these concerned government agencies that there is already a failure in the NSTP, lalong-lalo na doon sa CWTS at sa LTS, yung Civic Welfare Training Service and the Literacy Training Service. Hindi, upon graduation, hindi po nila mapiperform yung task nila dahil na problema yung agency na nag-handle sa kanila, yung Civil Defense, Office of Civil Defense, because they are not organized, so they cannot be mobilized. At yung kanilang program of instruction ay hindi po klaro. Wala pong, hindi po binigyan ng training patungkol dito sa mga disaster preparedness. Kaya sinasabi talaga nila na talagang failure, hindi nila ma-organize. Kaya when disaster happens, ang mamobilize lang ay yung mga reservist na produkto ng ROTC. Pero yung produkto ng CWTS at saka nung LTS ay hindi po sila nagagamit. Dahil nga, meron nga, during our committee hearings, meron nga nagsabi na ang ginagawa daw nila doon sa LTS at CWTS ay kung hindi namumulot ng basura, ay gumagawa lang ng origami. Yung papel na pinipilo-pilo na parang gumagawa ng barko. That's according to our resource persons. So, talagang inadmit ng CHED na failure itong programa na ito.
I would like to think, Mr. President, that the failure of the program, like literacy training, considering that we saw in the PISA results that there's a problem of literacy insofar as our children are concerned, I am certain that if a literacy program is an option to ROTC now, this could be a big help towards helping our young learners in public schools, meaning that the present CWSP and the CWPS and the Literary Training Service, the Civic Welfare and Training Service, pulbisita ng mga ospital na tumutulong, nagtuturo sa mga bata na may kakulangan. The failure is not in the concept or the advocacy, but in its implementation. Just like if we have mandatory ROTC, physical training, mental training for the youth, if it is not implemented well, it will also fail. So there should be a change in the character of all of us, of Filipinos, whether it is helping in hospitals, helping in public schools for literacy, or training for the discipline of the mind and the body, nasa atin yun. Nagfa-fail ang mga programa dahil sa korupsyon, sa katamaran, sa kawalan ng dedikasyon at kawalan ng disiplina. And I say this with conviction because I've been in government for so long, since 1998, and there are many well-meaning and well-intentioned laws and programs of government, especially in the education sector. But if corruption will ensue, o bayaran mo na lang ako, hindi ka na kailangan, may pipirma na lang. Maski ROTC, maari pong mangyari yon at hindi po magiging matagumpay ang programa. I had to put that on record because I believe in choices. I believe in the freedom of choice na, like, I am not disabled. I have never been convicted, thank God. Pero kung hindi ko gusto mag-ROTC ang gusto ko, focus ka lang on climate change, adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction and resilience. At yun ang training na gusto ko. Makakatulong ako sa ating lipunan. O pag bago pa man ang mga bagyo, 10 days before, pag nandiyan yung pag-asa, gagather ko ang mga komunidad, train ko sila paano mag-iintindi ng mga pag-asa warnings, at tutulong ako sa paglikas ng mga vulnerable sectors sa tabing ilog, at papalinis ko ang mga drainage canal, mga esteros, at ayusin. In short, may silbi na iba. Hindi ako nag-ROTC, pero malaki ang silbi ko sa mga tao. Yung sinabi po niyong origami, maganda yan. Origami as an art in Japan, at origami is an art also in the Philippines. Siguro, yung makukuha ng mga papel, gaya sa Barangay Holy Spirit sa Quezon City, at magre-resikulo para may mga bag na resikulo, ay may silbi po yan dahil imbis na pupunta sa basura at sa drainage para magbaha, ay nagagamit po ng ating komunidad. In short, pag may choice ang mga tao, pag LTS or CWTS or magtuturo, may mga reading sessions sa mga bata, nag-public libraries o maski sa barangay hall o sa ilalim ng puno mangga, magbabasa ng kasaysayan ng Pilipinas, magbabasa sa mga tungkol sa legends ng Pilipino, magbabasa at kilalanin ang mga bayaning Pilipino na hindi na tinuturo ngayon ng history na linigay sa araling panlipunan, kulang-kulang ang kanilang pag-intindi. So, this could be part of the literary training service, which it is a part now. If we have the mandatory ROTC, mawawala na ba ho itong literary training service at civic welfare and training service? My young staff tells me here that sila nagpunta sa ospital, tumutulong sa mga public hospitals, kulang tayo ng mga nurses, kulang ng caregivers, tumutulong sa mga barangay health workers, daycare workers, barangay nutrition scholars. Parang yung mga doctor to the barrio hospital programs dati ni the late Senator Juan Flavier, siguro tutulong sila sa hindi man doktor, pero sa mga baryo. In short, there are many options that are available now. Ito ba ho ay mawawala lahat pag mamanduhay natin silang magmartsa at gumamit ng baril?
Hindi.
Ako ay trained po dyan
Yes.
dahil ako po nag-military training. Sa isip man at sa physical. Siyempre, hindi ngayon. Nakatingin sa akin si Joel Villanueva. Hindi ngayon, nung ako'y 32 years old. So, tinuruan kami ng mga matsa, basic training. But my question is, that was 30 years ago, but now, iba na po ang mundo at ang training naman para sa depensa sa ating bansa ay hindi po puro physical. Dahil ngayon po, wars are fought online and not necessarily physical, but training for technology and helping the literacy of our poor children. Would that not be a good option if the students are not in favor of physical training in ROTC?
Yes, Mr. President. We just say that everything has evolved. Also, the ROTC program has also evolved. And that is why we try to adapt to the present situation. That is why the basic ROTC program that we are proposing right now is that it says here in Section 5 that the DND, chaired TESDA, in consultation with other relevant government agencies and private stakeholders, including associations of schools, shall design and formulate the program of instruction on the basic ROTC and be guided with the following purposes and objectives. Number 1, to provide basic military police training for students in order to motivate, train, organize, and utilize for national defense preparedness or civil military operations and law enforcement. Ito yung sinasabi po ninyong marcha-marcha, pero hindi po limitado sa marcha-marcha lang ang tinuturo dito. Sunod, letter B, to enhance the students' consciousness in the ethics of service, patriotism, and nationalism, respect for human rights, appropriation of the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, and develop personal discipline and leadership. Letter C, to reinforce in students the values of civic-mindedness. Dito po nakalagay lahat ng sinasabi mo kanina, Mr. President. To reinforce in students the values of civic-mindedness, volunteerism, and genuine service to others in order to be active participants and volunteers for the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, human and civil rights awareness, and law enforcement. So, dyan po nakalagay yung gusto nyo mangyari kanina about environmental protection and preservation. So, letter D, to provide the students with practical and applicable knowledge and skills that are necessary, essential, and ideal for survival and providing service in times of emergencies and disasters, including disaster response operations, skills for search, rescue, and relief operations, and early recovery activities. So ito po yung 4 na objectives na dapat ma-comply, ma-meet ng program of instructions na gagawin ng ating ROTC program.
Yes. Thank you for that. I am assured by the good sponsor that not only environmental protection, you mentioned about patriotism, the study of history, civic-mindedness. Ano po ang pagkakaiba ngayon? Yan po ay ginagawa ngayon sa NSTP. Hindi ba magandang i-review na lang natin ang National Service Training Program, i-incorporate natin yung kung may kulang sa disiplina, and expand natin ang NSTP to incorporate preparedness, resilience building, and all of this. Is this not included in the present NSTP?
Well, I just would like to discuss with you, Mr. President, the survey results that was commissioned by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, that it says there that 8 out of 10 Filipinos are in favor for the return of the mandatory ROTC because of the following reasons. The reasons stated, Mr. President. Number 1, young Filipino will learn discipline and responsibility. 71%. Number 2, train students so they are prepared to defend the country. 60%. Number 3, the youth will learn leadership or develop leadership skills. 59%. Number 5, the youth will learn the value of teamwork. 52%. Number 6, the youth's level of physical fitness will improve. 40%. Number 7, young people will become patriotic. 35%. So ito po yung mga reason bakit natin sinusuportahan yung clamor ng taong bayan na ibalik yung mandatory ROTC.
So may I know, may have the answer to my question whether the LTS and the CWTS will continue or not. It will totally be abolished and give way to the ROTC.
Yes.
But there are programs within both existing services or programs that will be incorporated in the ROTC. Is that
Yes, Mr. President. Mawala na yung CWTs at LTS, babalik na sa ROTC, pero yung mga ginagawa sa WTS
Ay,
at saka
incorporate nila.
LTS ay incorporated na doon sa ROTC program.
So, ibang programang pangalan, pero yung magagandang hangarin ng LTS at ng CWTS gaya ng pagtutulong, everything else will be incorporated.
Yes, yes po, Your Honor, because napakadali pong mobilize yung ating mga kababayan kung ito'y nasa ROTC program. Sa EEP reservice sila na ilagay, very organized, madaling matap, madaling mamobilize, whereas yung sa NSRC talagang wala talaga, hindi sila na-mobilize ever since this program has been there for 21 years, but kahit isang beses man lang na na-mobilize sila during disaster response, hindi talaga nagawa nating gobyerno because hindi sila na-organize at hindi nabigyan ng pansin, lalong-lalo na kulang ng kooperasyon sa local government units, yung pag-establish ng National Service Reserve Corps sa kanila mga community. So yun po ang ating nakitang problema dyan.
At the proper time, I will present to your honor my proposed amendments on the good programs and intentions of the existing law of the LTS and the WCWTS under the NSTP, and so that it's institutionalized and incorporated in the proposed ROTC program.
I will be willing to accept those amendments, Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
Mr.
And
President.
if your honor would agree that it would be optional ROTC instead of mandatory, so that there could be possible choices, but also instilling the same mental and physical discipline. But I will present it in a way, and I will leave it to your honor whether to accept it or not. But let me just
Thank you,
proceed
Mr.
to the
President.
next. Yes. Section 6 of the ROTC measure stipulates the special program should be made available to students, as you mentioned, under special circumstances. Those with physical disabilities or those whose religious beliefs are in conflict with the military. It is important to understand how such a program would benefit students who meet the criteria and how such a program could be implemented in a way that respects the rights of these students. So what measures will be taken to guarantee that the ROTC program is customized to cater to the distinct requirements of these students? Binanggit po nyo yung yung differently abled, binanggit po nyo yung may religious beliefs na hindi po tugma dito, at binanggit din nyo yung ibang circumstances na maaring hindi papayagan or babagay ang kabataan dito. So how do we ensure that the ROTC program will meet the distinct requirements of this sector?
Well, Mr. President, in the formulation of its IRR, Section 26 of the bill states that consultation shall be made with relevant agencies and stakeholders. This will include advocacy groups such as representatives from the PWDs and the religious sector, among others, to ensure their welfare in the implementation of the program. Magkakaroon po ng consultation doon sa mga concerned na mga grupo, Mr. President, para yung POI ay katanggap-tanggap sa kanila, na yung POI na gagawin for the implementation of this program ay katanggap-tanggap po sa kanila.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. May I know, are there sufficient resources for this training? What is the budgetary allocation for the ROTC program? For the training of this program, would there be sufficient resources to implement the necessary training? Is it indicated in the measure, the appropriation portion?
Mr. President, with the help of your honor, the Senate and the Congress in general, we will ensure that every General Appropriations Act that will be approved will include sufficient funding for the preparation and the implementation period of the mandatory ROTC.
How much will that be? What is the projection, Mr. President?
For phase 1, Mr. President, we need 5.2 million.
Billion.
Million.
5 million.
5.2 million. Because this is, kwan lang ito, yung pilot
5 million.
pilot project, For training ito ng mga instructors, phase 1. Then, in the next year, still under phase 1. Phase 1 of first year, we only need 5.2 million. For the second year of phase 1, we need 4.7 billion. 4.7 billion because mag-start na tayo ditong magbili ng uniforme para sa mga estudyante. One set of uniform, up and down, plus combat boots. The third, on phase 2, we need 5.5 billion.
10 billion na yan.
And on phase 3, we need 8.0 billion, 8 billion for the full implementation.
Ala.
So, kung mag-start tayo ng 2024 for phase 1, yung full implementation of the program, of the ROTC program is 2027. It will cost us 8 billion.
I heard that the first would be 5 million, and then it would be 4.7, and then the next would be 5, and then 8, so around 18 billion in a span of 3 years of its implementation.
Yes, Mr. President.
With the good intentions of the present bill, Mr. President, considering the limited resources, kulang na nga po ang classroom. Ilan ang ating classroom na pinag-usapan natin kahapon with Secretary Angara? Is it 159,000 lacking classrooms? And classrooms pa lang po yun. For teacher training pa. Tapos ilan po ang kulang na mga health center, may building pero walang equipment, kailangan ng pagdagdag ng sweldo ng ating mga nurses at mga healthcare workers. There are many as important needs, and with very limited fiscal space. I fear that if we pass this bill with good intentions, that it would just be just like the other unfunded loss, and I can give you a list amounting to hundreds and hundreds of billions of pesos of unfunded loss since 1998. You'd be surprised. We have many well-meaning laws debated, passed in this hall since 1998, which remain unfunded. And
Yeah,
I
but-
know,
Yep. But
just
Mr.
one
President,
more. As simple as the People's Survival Fund, it's supposed to be 1 billion a year for climate resilience. We're not funding it. And that's for climate change adaptation and mitigation. We're not funding it. And I should know because I wrote the bill. I'm the author of the law. And it was then Senate President Enrile who was the principal author. And I stand before you now in 2024. And that was way back, I think, in 2009 or 10. It's still unfunded. So maybe I will stand here as a super senior senator 10 years from now. I don't know if I'm still here. And I will look back and say, I supported the ROTC because I'm a reserve officer, full colonel, and I believe in the discipline that the reservists need, but it's unfunded. So, talking about boots, di ba? Maski ang mga pulis at mga militar natin, may kukulangan nga sa boots, kulang ng bala, kulang ng baril, kulang ng gamit ang ating mga kapulisan at saka ang ating mga militar, kulang ang ating mga healthcare workers. Ni school supplies po, hindi kasama sa DepEd budget eh. Yung mga bata sa pampublikong eskwela ay hindi kaya ng kanilang pamilya na magsasaka o mangingisda na ang kita ay less than 2,000 pesos for a family income pag ang huli lang sa karagatan ang kanilang source of income ng isang 300 to 500 pesos na school supplies with a bag sa isang anak, minsan 5 yung anak. Tapos maglalagay tayo ng 18 billion for ROTC training.
8 billion, Mr. President, 8.
But total, because 4.7 and then 5 and then 8, the total within the 3 years would be at least 18 billion, which would go, part of it at least, to uniform and boots when our children, as early as 4, 5 years old don't even have the provision by law, because hindi provided ng DepEd, ang kanilang mga Crayola at notebook at pencil. So I just, having been chairman of finance for 5 years, and I see the difficulty of funding this, I see and I feel the sincerity of your intention, Mr. Sponsor, but I fear that we'll be giving our people false hopes, and we will not be able to fund this. And seeing that, I fear that we might fail in that respect if we don't support it in terms of budgetary requirements.
I hope, Mr. President, that this bill, being one of the priority bills by LIDAC, ay sana suportahan ito ng Malacanang paghanap ng pondo for its implementation, because this is included in the LIDAC priority bills.
What happens after the third year of funding, after 18 billion has been spent? Will there be an annual allocation for this, or the funding stops and it just goes on its own?
Hindi po mag-stop, Your Honor,
It's
Mr.
5
President,
billion a
dahil
year?
it will be continuing in a yearly basis. Ang pinaka-last is 8 billion for that phase 3. So
Yes.
we will be working around this figure every year, because the number of students more or less is nag-revolve around this year. Kasi every year tayo magbibili ng uniforme for first-year students. ROTC program is good for 2 years, 4 semesters. So every time merong mag-enroll na first year, obligado ang gobyerno na i-subsidize yung one set of uniform nila. So around 8 billion per year. Bababa man or aakyat, basta more or less 8 billion a year ang kinakailangan natin dito.
8 billion a year. Okay. The reserve force, we all know, is a major component of the armed forces of the Philippines. And RA 7077 gives the reserve force a maximum opportunity in safeguarding security for our state, in assisting in socio-economic development, and providing rescue and relief during calamities and disasters, and performing vital functions in times of emergencies. Can the ROTC program guarantee that its students will be adequately prepared to be part of this country's pool of trained reservists who can supplement the armed forces? So the program or the law may be good, the IRR may be well-intentioned, but how can we be guaranteed that the pool of students who took the ROTC training will actually be deserving to be trained reservists to supplement the armed forces?
Yes, Mr. President, because the Armed Forces of the Philippines is continuously conducting purposive training, either joint, unit, or individual training to enhance not only their capability, but also their interoperability with the regular force. In addition, our proposed bill expanded the ROTC training from the current 1-year program to a 4-semester or 2-year program.
So the measure to make ROTC mandatory for students has sparked debates and discussions among stakeholders, particularly those concerned with the welfare of our out-of-school youths. And the government's plan for these youths remains unclear, as there are no specific provisions or programs that address their needs and interests. So may we know, is there a provision? Could you kindly enlighten me, Your Honor, what is the government's plan for out-of-school youths in relation to this proposed measure?
Yes,
this is for-
Mr. President, for the out-of-school youth, RA number 7077, otherwise known as the AFP Reservist Act, states that Section 14, compulsory military registration and training, all male citizens between the ages of 18 and 25 years who are not reservists shall be required to register for military instruction. registration shall take place in suitable registration places to be prescribed by the city or municipal government between the dates of April 1st and 7th, commencing 1 year after the effectivity of this act. Biennial registration shall be held during the same period succeeding years. The AP is taking steps to operationalize Section 14 to 34 of RA 77, which will include out-of-school youths who are not reservists. And, Mr. President, we can also amend this particular provision of RA 77 that this can be amended to include all females between ages 18 to 25, out-of-school youth females, if we want to.
Mr. President, I have more questions, but I will leave it at that for the meantime. I would like to know from the good sponsor if he is willing to first receive amendments that would bear perhaps broadening the scope of the reservist training, because as you know, national security and defense and reservist training is not only physical, not just also mental and intel and strategy, but also could be socio-economic, as you mentioned, environmental, and could cover other aspects. So at the proper time, I would present possible amendments if Your Honor will agree.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. In the proper time, I'm willing to receive all your amendments.
And also, may I know, it says here, the bill provides for a voluntary advanced ROTC. So students who undergo the advanced ROTC must complete the basic ROTC program. Is this part of the 18 billion budget, the advanced ROTC or the voluntary advanced ROTC?
No, Mr. President, because we presume na pag nag-advance na sila, particularly their uniform, ay meron na silang uniform galing doon sa basic training nila. So, hindi sila kasama doon sa ating budgeting, lalo-lalo na sa uniform. At ang number po nito, Mr. President, ay napakaliit lang po. Napakakunti lang po yung nag-advance. Dahil hindi ito mandatory. It is optional. So, kung sino lang yung gustong magiging opisyal sa Armed Forces of the Philippines, they will choose to take the ROTC advanced course. Ang mandatory po dito ay yung basic lang, basic military training, which is 2 years. Then after that, kung gusto nilang maging commissioned officer of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, ay they have to undergo the advanced course. So kukunti lang po ito, hindi ito marami. Kaya hindi sinama dito sa yung 8 million na proposed budget natin.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. President. And just for my understanding or knowledge, just historically, just one sweep, kailan po nagsimula ang ROTC? Kailan siya nag-evolve sa present National Service Training? At binabalik natin ngayon. What do you call it? National Service Training. NSTP. Kailan ba nagsimula ang ROTC? Why was it abolished? And the NSTP law was enacted that replaced ROTC. And what urged us to make this a priority legislation? Just so that I understand.
Yeah, Mr. President, we are still scanning our documents. Mr. President, the history of ROTC program dates back the Commonwealth Act number 1, known as the National Defense Act, was the very first statutory enactment by Commonwealth government on December 23, 1935. This act requires compulsory military training of all college students. Then it was followed by Executive Order number 207, which was later issued by President Manuel L. Quezon, requiring all college students to take compulsory courses of military instructions pursuant to Commonwealth Act number 1. Then, on August 8, 1980, Presidential Decree number 1706, otherwise known as the National Service Law, was issued by then President Ferdinand E. Marcos, repealing Commonwealth Act number 1. Under this presidential decree, it was made obligatory for all citizens to render national service in any one of the three programs, namely Civic Welfare Service, Law Enforcement Service, or Military Service. And finally, RA 7077, which expressly requires mandatory ROTC training in colleges and universities. And after that, yun na, yung NSTP law, RA 9163, was enacted in 2001.
In fact, I was one of the authors, Mr. President, for the RA 9163, the NSTP law. Yes, it was in my first term.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, that's why
Mr. President.
I feel bad about the failure of this law, and I think it's in the implementation again. So I fear the failure of a new law in case we enact a new one. It's always in the implementation with well-intentioned laws.
I understand your
Frustration.
your frustration, Mr. President, when you say, when I feel that you are so apprehensive about this another law, repealing the law that you made because of failure, and chances are that this will also become a failure if this will not be funded during its implementation. So I can feel you, Mr. President.
How much is the budget annually of the NSTP? Like for this present GAA year, 2024, magkano po ang linaan sa NSTP? Magkano yung annual budget? And let's compare it to the 8 billion needed by the ROTC program.
Right now, Mr. President, we don't have representatives from the OCD. We will just submit to you the data if we will be able to gather those data from sources.
Thank you. I would await that. Thank you. And just so that the good sponsor knows, the NSTP was a program aimed at enhancing civic consciousness. So the intention of the ROTC program to enhance civic consciousness was enshrined in this 2002 law to enhance civic consciousness. And the good sponsor says ROTC is important for defense preparedness. That is also the intention of our law in 2002 in instilling defense preparedness in the youth by developing ethics of service and patriotism. So, parang yung mga intention po ng NSTP, yun din po ang intention ng ROTC. But NSTP, as you say, as you claim, has failed, has miserably failed. So let's find out what kind of budgetary allocation has been given. Now,
Yeah, Mr. President, if
Yes.
I may, nangyari kasi nung naging optional ang ROTC, yung mga eskwelahan, kukunti na lang ang nag-o-open ng ROTC. So, ang resulta, since its implementation up to 2019, the recorded number of graduates of the Civic Welfare Training Service and the Literacy Training Service was amounting to 8 million. While ROTC, ang nagiging produkto lang ng ROTC around 800,000. So napakalaki po ang disparity. Now, nakikita natin na nasasayang itong 8 million dahil hindi organized, hindi sila mobilizable. Whereas itong 800,000 na ROTC graduates na naging reservists ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, very much organized at any time of the day are mobilizable. So yun po ang nakikita nating disparity. Nasayang yung 8 million na mga kababayan natin na hindi magamit.
Yes.
Kasi problema rin nila, underskilled din sila. Hindi nila alam kung paano mag-responde sa disaster. Dahil actually wala talaga training na pinresent sa kanila. Yung iba. Depende ha, hindi ko nila lahat, pero may mga eskwelahan talaga na pinabayaan talaga ang implementation nito.
Okay.
Hanggang pamumulot lang ng basura,
Okay.
ganon ang iba.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And my final question to the good sponsor is, the key issues under the abolished ROTC are, as you very well know, corruption, no? Extortion, and abuse of power, including hazing and other forms of violence against the cadets. So, what are the safeguards against these issues under the proposed measure? Dahil tinanggal po, dahil nga nag-extortion, dyan ang katiwalian, ang corruption, and hazing happened. There was so much violence that the cadets were harmed. So it was abolished, kaya nagkaroon ng NSTP. Yun ang ginawa namin 22 years ago. So pag ibalik ito, baka maging laganap, gaya nangyayari sa ilang mga kolehiyo at mga universidad, ang hazing. Dahil
Napaka-importante po, Mr. President, na ma-address natin yung issue na yan. Otherwise, para tayong sirang plaka na pabalik-balik ang problema. Ibabalik natin yung mandatory ROTC program and still these issues are not being addressed carefully and properly. So, according to the bill, there shall be an ROTC grievance board in every ROTC unit that shall receive complaints or motu proprio conduct investigations on any complaint or allegation of abuse, violence, or corruption in any educational institution. The grievance board shall function as an independent investigative body which shall formulate the recommendation to the proper disciplinary authority that has jurisdiction over the respondent, depending on whether the said respondent belongs to the military, for which purpose the articles of war shall be employed. The proposed bill mandates that every grievance board shall be proactive in its duty to, number 1, establish a system and prescribe a process that promotes and encourages the reporting of any incident of hazing, violence, abuse, and corruption in every ROTC unit. Number 2, motu proprio or upon a complaint filed by any person, investigate any act of hazing, violence, abuse, and corruption of the ROTC unit. Number 3, issue an order to preclude those involved in the incident, complained of, or being investigated from exerting undue influence over the complainant and impede the normal course of the investigation. Number 4, recommend the appropriate action for any offense committed in the ROTC unit to the proper disciplinary authority which has jurisdiction over the respondent within 15 days upon receipt of the complaint or after initiation of the motu proprio investigation. Number 5, monitor or complaints filed with the board or with the concerned HEIs and TVIs and maintain an updated record of the status of each case. Number 7, provide the parties of the complaint its findings and recommendations within 30 days upon receipt thereof. Number 8, promulgate rules and regulation necessary to carry out its objectives, functions, and disciplinary procedures. And number 9, perform such other functions as may be provided by law. At ang magkukumpos po ng board na ito, Mr. President, ay ito po ay being chaired by the president of the university or the college concerned. At ang mga membro niya ay yung commandant ng ROTC, who represents the DND, representative from the CHED, representative from the TESDA, and representative from the local government unit where the university is located.
Mr. President, I would like to thank the good sponsor, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, for number one, studying the measure, number two, for his graciousness in answering my questions for my own understanding and knowledge, having been one of the authors of the present program of the NSTP, and third, for being very candid and realistic that there are possibilities for failure if we don't fund it adequately and if the implementation is not strict and effective and efficient. And so, fourth, thank you for agreeing at the proper time to accept possible amendments after you've studied my proposals.
Yes, Mr. President, I am waiting for your amendments.
Thank you very much for your very, you are very well prepared for the measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification or inquiry to the sponsor. And to prove to him na may maraming nakikinig sa kanya sa interpellation. Nakikinig po kami. Kahapon po sa interpellation ni Senator Robin Padilla, nagbigay kayo ng figure ng mga graduates ng LTS tsaka ng CWTS. Ang figure nyo kahapon, 6 million. Ang figure nyo ngayon, 8 million. So, isang araw lang po nakalipas, 2 million na kaagad ang pagdami ng mga graduate na yun. So, ano po ba ang tamang...
Updated po yun na number, yung 8 million na Mr. President, Your Honor. Kasi yung
So,
binigay
kagabi-
natin kahapon na figure ay hanggang 2020. At ito ngayon, ang sinabi ko 8 million is 2022 at 2024.
Akala ko tuloy kagabi na may nag-graduate ng 2 million, Mr. President.
Actually, 8,458,406 for WTS.
So, thank you. And just to prove to our sponsor na meron pong nakikinig sa ating pong interpellation at yung mga ganyang mga inaccuracy, napapansin po natin at tayo yung nababahala kasi we need to have accurate figures. So at least walang nag-graduate na 2 million kagabi.
Wala,
Okay,
wala.
so ibang figures lang po talaga yung pinag-usapan natin. So updated as of ano po yung
2024.
Okay, salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, minority leader.
At alam po, Mr. President, alam ko nakikinig yung ating minority leader dahil nakaupo siya diyan kahapon, nakaharap sa amin ng aking interpellator na si Senator Robin Padilla. Alam ko nakikinig ka, kaya I'm also very careful na hindi magkamali.
That is why we admire the minority floor leader for being so attentive in all the proceedings here in the Senate.
Talagang hindi maiisahan, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Please resume.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2620 under Committee Report number 245. This is the bill of the Universal Healthcare Act.
Is there an objection? Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to interpellate Senator Coco Pimentel.
Is there an objection? The resumption of the period of interpellation is in order. Senator Ejercito and the minority leader are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a continuation of the interpellation we initiated a couple of months ago. And actually, as I've stated before, we are in support of this measure. Nalungkot lang ako na bakit na-delay. Nagtanong lang naman po tayo dun sa isang slide na binolunteer po ng sponsor natin. So can we have that slide again, Mr. President? Kasi if we look at the measure, maganda naman yung layunin. Ang layunin nga ng measure natin, pababain yung rate yung premium rate na i-remit ng covered employee. Pero naka-encounter lang po tayo ng information na gusto lang sana natin magtanong sa PhilHealth. Tapos ilang months na ito na-delay. Ha? May 15 yung last. So, Mr. President, ang last interpellation natin, May 15. Siguro, because meron tayong mga mandatory breaks, kaya medyo na-delay.
Yes, Your Honor, we're just trying to retrieve
Kasi-
the said slide that was in question. PhilHealth had to explain, no? Kasi I think yung question nyo, bakit biglang nagkaroon ng malaking jump?
Tama po ba, Mr. President? Anyway, para hindi masayang oras natin. Tama po, Mr. Sponsor, na ang layunin ng bill natin, although ang title kasi natin, an Act Amending Republic Act number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act. Akala natin malawakang amendments ito. Hindi, surgical amendments lang po ito. Tama po, Mr. President, na very specific sections lang yung ina-amend natin. Tama po ba?
Yes, that is correct, Minority Leader.
And then ano po essence ng ating amendment? Hindi po ba para pababain ang premium contributions?
That is correct,
Ano
Your Honor.
pong meaning nun sa taong bayan kung bumaba ang premium contributions? Ano pong ibig
From
sabihin?
right now, it's already 5%. No? If, the PhilHealth is already implementing the premium rate increases based on the UHC law, the original UHC law. But, Your Honor, Mr. President, if I may refresh this discussion, the UHC was passed in 2019, no? And before that, during the deliberation, the committee hearings, all of the data that were used were based on the prevailing situation and circumstances at that time. And at that time, the economy of our economy, the world's economy was good, and everybody, most of the employees were in a much better state at that time, but nobody foresaw the pandemic coming. No? This was past 2019. Pandemic struck 2020. Unfortunately, that was also the first year of implementation of the Universal Healthcare Act.
Yeah.
But so the very essence is that we wanted to adjust the premium rate contributions because we wanted all the contributors, especially the direct contributors, to be able to recover from the said pandemic, Your Honor.
Correct. So kaya nga, very specific ito. Binababaan natin, therefore, to benefit the packet of those contributing, di ba? Mamiminosan.
Yes, Your Honor, from 5% to 4%.
Correct. Oh, so mas menos na ang premium contribution mo, member ka pa rin ng PhilHealth, andyan pa yung mga packages.
That is correct, Your Honor. That is correct.
So napakaganda. Bakit tayo nag-delay? Just because kinestyon ko yung Question lang natin yung pinakita ninyo dyan na ang koleksyon ng PhilHealth napakalaki, tumaas ang koleksyon nila, ang benefit payments nila bumababa. Question lang natin yun, and then months na natin dinelay.
Yes, that's correct.
Ang bill na ito, Mr. President, hindi ko po maintindihan. You have our support, but is PhilHealth avoiding something? Tinatanong lang kayo nung araw na yun eh.
Well, Your Honor, there's a slight delay because of the change of leadership in the Senate also. So the subcommittee that was hearing this, chaired by Your Honor, we had to reconstitute again, and luckily that I became deputy majority again. Kaya po nawala ako sa chair of, nawala ako as member of Committee of Health on Health. So now that I am back as ex officio, so now that I am able to resume the chairmanship of the said subcommittee.
But can we flash again?
We're trying to repeal, Your Honor.
That slide, Mr. President. Yun lang naman tanong natin sa PhilHealth, Mr. President, kasi although madadagdagan yung tanong natin kasi actually the PhilHealth people are here, Mr. President. The PhilHealth officials are here. Bidang-bida kayo sa SONA ng Presidente, actually, PhilHealth. Kaya tignan natin kung kaya nyo bang gampanan yung mga instructions sa inyo ng Presidente sa SONA. Ang dami. Yung health programs po ng Pangulo ni President Marcos, meron DOH pero napakalaki ng portion doon. PhilHealth, kayo ang binida.
Your Honor, wala na po yung but I think ito po yung yung in question. In 2021, yung benefit claims...
Mr. President,
yes.
Na-flash before nung May, ba't di natin ma-flash ngayon? May tinatago ba tayo, Mr. President?
And then, hinahanap pa.
We're
trying to
because
retrieve
if not, if I can suspend my interpellation, Monday na lang kung ready na sila. They seem not to be ready, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we're trying to retrieve it, pero I have it now.
Ang hirap sundin, Mr. President. There were 2 slides being flashed with 2 tables last May. Yun lang naman yung tinatanong natin eh.
Is the video available?
Can I ask for a minute suspension? We're trying to already flash it.
But if you're not ready, Mr. President, 7:45 p.m. na rin and wala na rin naman tayong quorum dito. We can resume on Monday. Basta I'm telling the body, okay? I'm telling the body. Supportive kami rito sa bill ninyo.
Yes, correct.
Napakaganda to lighten the load sa taong bayan.
Yes, that's correct.
But we have many questions for PhilHealth. Huwag nyo naman, we cannot make our support for this bill as a reason not to ask PhilHealth relevant questions on your financial health. Plus, dagdagan na natin yung SONA instruction sa inyo ng Presidente. Kasi maniwala kayo bida doon. Kayo bida doon. At gusto namin kayo mag-succeed actually, PhilHealth. So, let's flash all of your the data on your finances para maganda yung ating usapan. At any rate, I can only observe a couple of senators on the floor. Senators Gatchalian, Go, of course the sponsor, Senator JV, Senator Loren, Senator Mark Villar, the Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa, myself, and of course the presiding officer, Senate President Pro Tem. So, kung it's getting late na rin, Mr. President, pero maganda usapan natin dito sa Lunes. If we have these slides also, we can.
Yes, we're trying to retrieve, Your Honor, Mr. President. Actually, I have it on my hand, but we're trying to put it. I know what your intention. It's better to see it on the screen so that we can discuss it better. But we will accede to the pleasure of the minority leader.
Motion to suspend.
Suspended
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2620.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to change the committee referrals of Senate Resolution number 1080, allotted budget for government's flood control program, from the Committees on Finance and Public Works, and to make instead a primary referral thereof to the Committee on Public Works, with secondary referral to the Committee on Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, August 5, 2024.
Adjourn na? Ayaw niya na? Is there an objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, August 5, 2024.